now pressing go live and seeing if it works, but it probably will, but we'll see. It did! It worked! We're live! Say hello!
Greetings, greetings.
And today we have...
people
with the names of...
Hey, my name is Ace Overton, everybody.
Hey! And...
Base in the Discord audience.
And Kamui and Oodie! And Ultra whenever he gets here. And not Blue Star because it's too late for him, but we'll do that again another time.
All right.
Okay. So, obviously, on this, as you can tell by the title and thumbnail for YouTube viewers, on this My Hero Academia stream, how appropriate would it be if we actually started with Itachi? Okay, so Ace, you were saying a lot of Itachi-related things the other day, and so I wanted Kamui's and Cam's opinion on it, but Cam was too lame to be here tonight, so we're gonna get Kamui's opinion on it.
Fully got that.
Okay, so with that being said, Kamui, what do you think?
I think Itachi is definitely a person who can't be taught.
Well,
I like the very neutral political stance of being neither for nor against the topic.
I felt it was the most appropriate response to what Ace was going to say in the future. Just a little bit of intuition.
Okay. Well, Space is technically the one that brought up Itachi, but it got into some controversy, as shown on my screen. Here, I'll even share my screen, so we can see, so we can all follow along. Not that you have
You'll
to.
have to read this to me.
Yeah, that's all. That's what we're gonna do, anyways. And it's mostly gonna be not reading and probably talking, anyways.
Okay.
Oh, my Discord broke, but not really, so that should be fine. Okay. So... okay. But with all that being said... So My Hero Academia, I guess, because I know that Space has been demanding we talk about it for the... How far in are we?
The MHA topic soon.
Yeah.
What?
We've been doing this for an hour and 51 minutes on the dot. Okay, so...
honestly, I'll be up for a little bit longer. Yeah. We wasted most of the time on this, but you know what? I'm okay.
Okay. We're totally derailed. Let's get back on track here with this. Oh god, now I lost it, but hopefully I can get back to it really quickly.
By the way, is Ultra just not coming?
I don't know. What happened to him being late because of the gym?
I was going to say probably because Ultra was going to be late, they probably just decided not to come in late, not knowing that we still be going probably.
That's not what he said, and that's also not what Space told him. So.
Space also said earlier to let him know when we're done talking Naruto and talking MHA instead.
That's awful. Oh,
I think the funniest troll we could do is just never get to it.
I feel like I'm just waiting. God. Okay. But hey, Kamui! So what's Stain? Where is he? Stain from My Hero Academia? Is he a hero? Is he an anti-villain? Is he a...
Ideally, where would Stain fall on the list? For me, Stain falls into anti-villain. Very strongly as an archetype for anti-villains, actually.
I don't even feel like I should give my stance right now. I think it's just more fun to argue without Kamui knowing and just seeing where he lines up based on what we say, considering he hasn't seen My Hero. So us explaining to someone who's never seen My Hero who Stain is, where would they say Stain falls on this category?
It's very true.
I can fully understand that.
That's all right. Would you like to go forward about what you think about Stain or just arguing, or you want me to give my position about Stain?
I'll give general recap from the series. So Stain is referred to as Stain. He's the hero killer. He's referred to as Stain because of blood stains. So what he's doing, he's a vigilante, which in My Hero Academia, a vigilante is someone who isn't officially licensed as a hero, since that's literally a job in the world you can apply to be. So he's a hero without being an official hero. So he's going around, he doesn't like the heroes, how they're currently operating. So he's going around and killing who he considers to be the bad heroes. So I'll leave it there. So call me initial thoughts. Where would you place him?
Well, based off that, he's going to be not hero and bare minimum anti-hero.
Okay. So Ace, do you want to go next?
Very much so. So for me, Stain is almost what I would consider almost a perfect archetype of an anti-villain. Stain believes very much so that the heroes and the hero society that they have, fake heroes, those that are only being heroes so they can get praise or adoration and aren't doing it to actually help and save people, are ruining society and are making things even worse. Believes so to a zealotous nature that this is his calling, is to stop these people, which when you find out more about his story, his ideals make more sense. But
no,
even to the point where he, yeah,
definitely.
I didn't say that they were good. I said they make more sense.
He's
getting
insane.
More context on something doesn't mean that it actually makes sense or you agree with it.
Well, I don't think it's not that they don't make sense. It's that we as the audience don't understand why they would make sense in the My Hero Academia universe, because that universe is separate from our universe. They don't make sense in our universe, but clearly the characters in universe act or talk about it like they make sense. So they have to make sense to the characters. We just don't understand why they would.
Understandable. I would say from my perspective, I figured that I understood and felt more in line and I can agree with, or I should say, I can understand their perspective of their actions, even though I don't agree with them.
We just don't understand why Stain came to his conclusions. I'll also note I haven't watched Vigilantes yet, so I think Stain's in there, and I think we get more on Stain there. But
yeah, that's where his backstory is. So he's a character that pops up in there, which has been a big thing. But understanding more about him, even from what they show just from My Hero Academia, you understand that with his motivations and through his actions, he is willing to kill people he thinks are fake heroes, people that aren't being heroes for the reason of saving people. They're being heroes for the fame and the glory, what have you, the vain heroes, so to speak. Now, to me, it makes him anti-villain because one, he's willing to murder and kill people. But two, he thinks he's doing it for the betterment of society.
Well,
the problem is
All Might is a hero. Number one hero, as a matter of fact. He's willing to kill people.
Didn't get to finish that yet.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. Now, in what seems to be his delirium of his fanaticism about all this, he believes certain heroes are not true heroes, and he believes that they should be punished. Now, this punishment goes from them being hurt and injured to the point where they no longer can do hero work to them being outright murdered by him. But he has shown a moral line that he won't cross for people, even those attacking him, that he believes are trying to be true heroes. And he even shows changing his position on somebody that he had deemed a fake hero that wanted personal vengeance, that then was trying to fight to stop him and save other people from him, and changed his opinion about him, which for me moved him from being just a villain to an anti-villain because of his moral outset that he's truly willing to not only sacrifice himself, but sacrifice what he thinks is for the greater good. He's just doing it in a very, very terrible way, which makes him more of a villain than an anti-hero.
Kamui, any updates on any of that yet?
Well, I would lead Torrance. So,
why do you put him on
real
line?
quick, I'm going to mention,
hero.
I found something Ultra said earlier, and I'm going to use that to segue to something. So, this is something Ultra said. It exists within the context of the story. Generally, an anti-villain is the modern villain we see today, like Thanos or Pain. They usually have a quote-unquote good goal, but the way of achieving it is bad. Anti-heroes are more so heroes that are more morally gray and okay, doing some illegal or shady things, and then MHA things. So, and then I found Ultra wasn't calling Itachi a villain. He was calling him an anti-villain. I don't have a problem with that argument. I just don't think he's just a villain. He's clearly one of the antis.
Well, real quick on that for both of you. Do you think villains have to be evil? Or do you think there can be villains that aren't evil?
Yeah, villains don't have to be evil.
Okay, Kamui, thoughts?
I would agree with that in general, but there is a distinction, like where you would start to differentiate between anti-villain and villain. It's also like he's also making a point that like nowadays villains just tend to be written different.
Yeah, I agree.
Like,
well, I don't really
Naruto
agree.
is an example of
Like,
something
he's
that's
just
probably
avoiding, like, the
influenced a
biggest
lot of
stories.
more modern stories to where, you know, they become less evil than they used to be. But so now, to some extent, we have to shift what an anti-villain is compared to before, because now a villain tends to just be an anti-villain. What's the new definition of anti-villain, so on. But what were you about to say?
I wasn't about to say anything.
Oh, I thought you were good. Anyway, so it feels like in a lot of cases, the anti-villains are just antagonistic. So, like, Stain here is going out of his way to kill people and do all these things. He has a reason for it. There's a good side of him. Like Ace said, he won't kill certain heroes who he believes are like the good ones.
Real quick,
But he is
that,
kind of just going out of his way to do this antagonization thing, which probably is less likely for an anti-hero. So he probably is best fitting the anti-villain
on
aspect.
that as well, though, he doesn't like prejudge necessarily. He might go out of his way to find heroes based on news or whatever, but like he won't kill them until he's sure that they're a rotten villain, and if they aren't, he'll not kill them. He'll just confront them. And
that's kind of like Light in Death Note.
Yeah.
Outside of the people trying to catch him, obviously.
Yeah.
But
he does go to observe people and make his own judgment about their actions to make sure that they are what he thinks they are. So he doesn't just randomly go off and kill people out of any chaotic way. It's what he does is a very targeted thing, as he goes very specifically after heroes that are clearly people that he's researched and found to not be true heroes, those that are only saving people if there's a photo op or something of that nature, so that way they can be more famous and things of that nature, versus someone just trying to help and save people. And he goes out of his way to even defend people that he was fighting against because he thought that they were truly true heroes, even though they weren't good enough to be able to defend themselves in that moment. He put himself in danger's way to save them because he thought that they were a true hero and needed to be protected.
Exactly, yeah. He'll not only spare people, he'll protect heroes that he thinks are good. So it's just he's doing his own judgment instead of letting society judge for him who's good or who's evil or whatever. Did you have more on that?
But because he's not, I feel like an anti-hero would be more on the hero side, to where they would be like similarly fighting the same villains, I guess, as the heroes, but like he's got his darkness about him to where
I agree.
He's gonna kill the villains. So kind of okay, Platinum End spoilers. Nobody cares. So Mr. Mukaido would be closer to an anti-hero in a sense that, you know, Mirai is the hero. He doesn't want to kill anyone, not even Metropolitan Man. But Mr. Mukaido's like, we're killing Metropolitan Man because we have to, kind of thing. That'd be like a good example.
I don't even know if I would say that. I'd consider Metropolitan.
I still wouldn't necessarily say Mr. Mukaido's an anti-hero, but just to make an example of what a distinction could be.
I get the concept, yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's fair. I would say that an anti-hero is the same side, or sorry, a different side of the same coin as a hero. Same with villain, there's a different side.
Whereas I think an anti-villain would be on the other side of... It would be like, they're on the other side of the coin, but they're both heads. Like, if that makes sense. Like, Pain isn't doing tails. He's heads. He's still looking for peace. But he's on the other side, you know?
Yeah. Okay, but Kamui, let me update you because, oh my god, I'm going to change your perspective. Oh my god, Kamui. He's Kawaki. Kamui. He's Kawaki. He doesn't have a point. He doesn't have a point. Kamui. He wants a true hero to kill him. He's like Kawaki. He wants Naruto to kill him at the end. He wants All Might to kill him, Kamui. He wants All Might to kill him.
Stain? I'm confused.
Yeah, Stain, yeah.
I was going to say, Stain believes that a true hero, who he thinks the number one hero at the time, All Might, is worthy of killing him, which Almar's been a hero for 40 years and ushered in an era of peace in Japan when it was in some of its darkest times by defeating the villain that was running basically all crime in the nation. And he defeated him, which ushered in an era of peace. Not complete peace, because there are still criminals out there that do bad things. But All Might has the type of reputation that when he shows up, certain villains just give up. They refuse to fight because they're terrified of All Might and the power that he has, who literally is All Might.
He's Kawaki. Stain's Kawaki.
It's very apropos. But Stain, in his dogma, understands that what he's doing isn't something that a hero would do. It isn't a good thing. He is murdering people, and for that, he does deserve to be punished, but only by a true hero, not a fake hero.
Yeah.
So someone coming after him for the fame and glory of just stopping the hero killer, he's going to try to do his best to stop them and murder them. But against a true hero, he will then, of course, give up.
So I don't think it's exactly the same, obviously, but I do think that would raise the argument for Itachi anti-villain, because he knows what he's doing is wrong, wants to be killed by the true hero, quote unquote, as Sasuke. You could make the argument.
Well, but that's where I draw the line of where it's different. I agree. Itachi knows what he's doing is wrong, but he doesn't think what he's doing is necessary. And you would disagree, but that's okay.
Very much so.
Yeah. So. I did have this anti-hero thing that, Kamui, if you want, we could end on this. I don't know how close you are to finishing your yogurt or whatever, but
I finished my yogurt just now, but
okay. Do you mind if I finish this one last blurb here?
That's fine, yeah.
Okay, cool.
And then if you want to really quickly do the whole manga panel guy thing, or if you want to save that for another time.
We could, I mean, either way, we could do it now if we want, but yeah, we'll do it real quick.
It's up to you there.
So we'll just do these two things really quick then. So this isn't my interpretation on Stain or Itachi or anything. This is my interpretation on anti-villains and just screenwriting in general, but also using examples. So I get into that as well. I think intent could play a part of this, and this is in reference to anti-hero, anti-villains, or whatever. Using Light at the beginning of the series, he doesn't want to kill people, but he has legitimate reasons to do it, whereas at the end, he uses those same legitimate reasons as an excuse to mask his selfishness. He wants to do it at the end of the series. This concept is similar with All for One and Tomura. That's My Hero Academia nonsense. Obviously, I'm exaggerating and skewing things and even assuming in order to make this point as clear as possible, so hopefully you don't get lost in the semantics along the way. It's similar with Nagato versus Stain, so obviously you know Nagato, yeah, now you know Stain, but they're both doing something about it. But are they happy with their actions? Or do they wish for their conclusion without having to do their bad deeds? I actually continued on a little bit. Muscular, hey, Kamui, you know who Muscular is. Muscular
I do know him.
He admits he's just a baddie. He likes killing, period, point blank. It's as simple as that. He's very simple-minded. But let's say he also wants to change the world, but he still embraces killing now as is. That's a good example of what I'm talking about. But continuing on. Basically, my point boils down to whether or not your interpretation of Stain has him derive pleasure from the simple act of killing on its own in a vacuum with the context stripped away. Does he like killing? Period. I think, not as an ends to a means to an ends, what you get the idea. Not for justice, quote unquote. If they legitimately believe so, anyways, if it's justice. But the act itself.
Yeah, like, are they like Hidan to where they enjoy it, or are they like Itachi where they don't?
It's just a job.
Fighting in general, really. They're pacifists.
And that's not to say it's mutually exclusive, whether they genuinely believe what they're doing is necessary for justice, and whether or not they actually do like the act itself or not. There's like 4 different quadrants here you could place people in based on these metrics, in my opinion.
Yeah. I mean, again, even in the context of hero and the different villains and things we talked about, most villains aren't all the same. They have a wide variance between them. though there can be some commonalities, but even for one person that may see Batman as a great hero, somebody else is like, he injures a lot of people that he doesn't have to do. He could just knock them out. He's more of an anti-hero. He's more villainous in his nature because he harms people in ways he doesn't have to. But in Batman's view, he does have to do, which can just be a difference of opinion on how to go about solving the problem.
Yeah.
So in your example, though, you're making the distinction with the intent and stuff. So for you, how would you define, in terms of the intent and likingness of like the bad action? So he was killing as the example. Where are you putting hero, anti-villain, and villain on that spectrum, Oodie?
Oh, well, it wouldn't
So
include...
obviously, the guy who likes killing is going to be like a villain to some extent, but like, but yeah, you know what I mean. Like, where would you put in terms of the killing and intent thing?
Yeah, so it wouldn't include hero or villain at all. It would only look at anti-hero or anti-villain. In fact, I think you can divide it into 4 quadrants randomly. You have anti-hero, anti-villain, and then negative anti-hero and negative anti-villain, since like pro-villain and pro-hero would just be hero-villain. So it's just like a double negative in a weird way that isn't a positive. It's like quadrant 1, 2, 3, 4 in terms of how
just
you
say
have
extra
it.
anti, or
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah. So maybe there needs to be more words for these things, or maybe I'm just wrong. I don't know, but that's my interpretation. But what
I don't see it different than how I put it. A hero, well, again, my whole definition is that a hero, to me, especially using something like My Hero Academia or even Naruto, for an example, the heroes are people who do selfless acts to try to help everyone as much as possible, which normally is most main characters in most shonens to begin with. Bleach to help people. Same with My Hero Academia. Thinking about another one. In general, they're there trying to help as many people as possible. Naruto wants to help the village, then he wants to help the entire ninja world and wants to save everybody, which people tell him repeatedly that's goddamn ridiculous, but here we are. Someone who's more anti-hero, which later on we find out somebody like Itachi, to me, fits the anti-hero. He's done some bad things that a hero could not do. Naruto would not kill off an entire clan, regardless of the reason. He just would fight against that and try to find another way.
Yeah.
For Itachi, killing off the clan was the quick and efficient solution. I killed the clan. There's no coup. The village isn't at risk. A bunch of people didn't have to die, in addition to a bunch of people I know dying. I took all that burden onto myself. It wasn't great, but this is better for everyone overall. Even if it means I have to suffer for it. It's still self-sacrificing, but it's self-sacrificing while doing terrible things. Whereas an anti-villain, they might do bad things, but they're going to generally do them for a selfish motivation for them. Because that is how they operate more, such as Stain. He's trying to help society because he thinks that society needs to be better and he needs to murder people to do it. There's many different ways he could try to help society. Murdering people didn't have to be the option, but he's taking other people's lives, which he doesn't have a right to do, in order to make what he thinks is best come to fruition.
Just
and for
like
villains,
Itachi,
they tend to
minus
operate
the part where he thinks it's the best.
Yeah, except one is willing to self-sacrifice for themselves, and the other one is willing to self-sacrifice others. Itachi is also self-sacrificing himself. The rest of his life, being known as a rogue criminal, never letting the truth come out today, even being harsh to the person that he apparently from the jump was always trying to protect in a very terrible way. Much like a father who beats up on his son to try to teach him how to fight and become tough. It's not great. It can be effective. That kid might grow up to be a man who can fight really well, but they're also going to carry a lot of trauma with them that they have to also try to work through and unpack, along with all the bruises from everything that you did beating them up. So you might effectively get what you're wanting, but you're getting it in a way that is terrible for the person you're getting it for. Oh.
Yeah. But
I dropped my
speaking of trauma, so Kamui, on to the last topic. That's one way to segue to it. So I was talking with Kamui about a My Hero Academia thing, specifically those two, like, those season 7 episodes, those 2 episodes in season 7 about, like, the, like, discrimination plot point or whatever in My Hero. And I was trying to make the point, but I didn't know how, so it probably came off, like, bad at first. And so Kamui's here to help me make the point, since I can't do it right. So I guess, should I start, Kamui, or do you want to say my point for me?
I wish I remembered exactly what I had said the first time, but I think it's funnier if you start, and then if it comes out really bad, I'll try to do it,
Okay.
like last time.
So, the icon of these 2 episodes are, I forget his name, Shinso? Is that it? His hero name is like Octa.
To me, he's the
something.
Simpsons character.
It's like, or is it Kota, Kohi, Kohai? It's something, or is that the other guy? It's like Shoshi and Kohi. It's either way. It's this
Shoji?
guy. Okay.
Shoji.
Shoji. Thank you. Yeah, Shoji. I probably said one of those at some point. Yeah, so Shoji, this guy. So he's a heteromorph. He's discriminated against because of his physical appearance. He looks strange and abnormal to other people because the way he was born, etc., etc. There's obvious allegories to real-world situations that the thematics are playing with here, and generally, I think they do a pretty good job. My real problem with this, at least for this conversation, I have technically a couple things to say on this, but I feel like it's disrespectful to do that theme, to have that guy in the story to where that's your token icon. When you have a character who's literally just manga, like, his physical appearance is that of a literal gag, to the point of the author is screaming in your face, don't care about how these characters look, because it doesn't matter, and it's literally a joke. I feel like it's disrespectful to do that, and then to also come back and say, hey, look, this guy that looks weird, you should feel bad because I made you think that it doesn't matter because it was funny. Like, I feel like when the sky is the limits and you're just putting stuff in here that logically, physically just doesn't even make sense, even scientifically, because, like, part of the things they're doing in My Hero is they're having the quirks, the powers, having 2 parents combine to make the child have both, like the fire and ice parents, they combine to have a child that has both. So they're doing scientific things. The quirks get stronger over time. And then they're having characters that just, they're not heteromorphs. This just isn't a human. Like, maybe I'm just dehumanizing this manga page, but it's just like, it's not skin. They don't have eyes. It's like, it's ridiculous that Horikoshi is going to include stuff like this. Or it's not just him. They have a literal whatever this is. They have a glue shooting guy, just a metal tin as a character. They have a literal cement block. This isn't even like some random guy that's in the background of like one episode. This is just one of the pro heroes who's been there since season 1. He's just a character in the actual series. Just no discrimination from him. It's not like any of these other characters are ever being discriminated in the background. But then you have like other characters that just are fairly normal looking. Like this guy, yeah. I can see him being human, but like slightly not. You know, he doesn't look human, but he's human. He's a heteromorph. That's fine. Same with the guy, the Shoji, you know, the icon of these 2 episodes. He's basically the main character. He's the representation of everyone who's a heteromorph in the series. And he's showing you what you should and shouldn't do. Same with Koda. Yeah, same with Koda. Yeah, clearly human with like one clear, distinct difference about them. You know, maybe more than one, but you get the idea. It's humanoid. And, but you can't just have washing machines running around when you're in the same series saying it matters how they look. I feel like adding washing machine guy is disrespectful. What do you think?
I 100% disagree.
Okay. Why?
As for the why, ideally, when it comes to heteromorphs, they are people who don't look like traditional humans, which has its own allegories. And with that, as they've already shown with mutations, as people who don't have quirks can have a child that has a quirk, and people that do have quirks can have a child that can manifest a completely separate quirk, completely different than each of their own. Such as in the case of the main character Deku, both his parents have a quirk. He wasn't born with the quirk. That's not unusual, though it only a fifth of the population doesn't get a quirk. And some people get quirks like this. Now, some of the characters we've seen, just because we haven't seen discrimination against them, doesn't mean that discrimination hasn't happened.
I agree.
I imagine, especially for the pro heroes like Cementos, I can easily cement up any person who really bothers me. It's not too many things that are really going to get to me because my power that I learned to use is ridiculously good. But there is a clear difference in the way that, even as they said in the show, they have the pro hero top 10, and then they have the top 10 most villainous looking heroes, the scariest looking people. That's like led by Gang Gorka.
Yep.
Which Gang Gorka, as a character, is ridiculously strong. Yep. Fucking telepathic sonic attacks and shit like that can sustain against strong other attacks.
And similarly with Shinso, who, whereas he doesn't look weird, his quirk, Kamui, is like he is like a brainwash mind control thing, and that's like known as a villain power that he has, despite him being a hero. So in a way, he's not discriminated based on his looks, but based on other preconceived biases. If you want to shout out Kurama, it's similar in concept.
I was gonna say very much so. He's prejudiced against because his power is seen as villainous. You can control people's minds. There's no way you can be a hero. And it's like, eventually, hearing enough of that and people putting you down could turn you into being the villain that they keep claiming that you are. Because if you're going to be a hero and only get beat up for it, most people don't have the mental resolve to withstand against that forever before they eventually become the thing that you keep telling them that they are. Eventually. But for heteromorphs, they all face their own different types of discrimination. I guarantee you that Wash has a bunch of jokes about it because the show showing us these characters, we automatically make fun of them. When you first saw Wash as a hero, even though Wash is top 7 in the top heroes, which means Wash is not only liked by the people, but also does hero work and gets praise and has actually done things as a top pro hero, you laughed at him. Everybody laughs at Wash when they first see him because it's a washing machine. You can't take it seriously at first. But even hearing their laurels that they're a top 10 hero in Japan.
But that's exactly the point. That's not fair, in my opinion, because that's a washing machine. That's not a human being. And but they're real life allegories. Okay, but if you were to draw a Japanese person in the story with all the Americans, I'm not gonna laugh and be like, ha ha ha, that's a Japanese person. That's a human being. This is a washing machine. Like you just, it's not it is a machine. Functionally, it is by definition not human. It is machine. Naruto would classify this as a tool rather than a human. it's
a heteromorph, which is a humanoid person whose body is mutated into that of a washing machine. It's just something that we already have a name
this guy
for.
Humanoid.
but that's the problem, because mutated, that's the thing. So Kamui, the abilities, quirks in My Hero, one of the theories for how they came about is their evolutions or devolutions. They're mutations from sick rats. Sick rats got into human DNA one way. It's like the Black Plague or whatever, and they like made quirks in the first place, and then over time those quirks just got stronger and stronger. So at first it was normal, it wasn't that crazy of abilities. Over time, over many generations, it got much stronger. But like, that's the scientific explanation, or at least one of them in the series, is it's evolution or a mutation that came from rats. That's not going to make a washing machine. What was the mother doing to have this come out of her? What? She gave birth to a washing machine. I cannot.
I'll put it to you this way. If you imagine her as a regular human with a regular human husband, and then this child came out, imagine the discrimination in the life that they lived growing up.
But I know, but that's a different argument. I actually think that is a good aspect that they play with, because when they do that flashback, Mineta explains to Shoji, oh my gosh, I'm sorry, I called you an octopus at first. I shouldn't have done that. You're actually a human being. I can't believe it. I never thought about it from this perspective before. You've been living your entire life like this, and I never even stopped to consider it. Mineta is being the audience in that moment. I agree. That's good. What you're saying about the washing machine, man, oh, he's goofy. Oh, I can't imagine it. But no, he's a real human being. He's lived his entire life like this. Yes, he probably is getting discrimination off screen. That's not my argument. It's not that, oh, we're not seeing the discrimination on scene. If anything, like I'm saying, I think that's a good thing based on that Mineta Shoji conversation. My argument is you can't go so far out of the bounds of reason that it doesn't even apply to real life anymore.
Wait a minute. We can't talk about a world of reason when the first episode is literally a monster made of sludge that is shoving itself in a kid's mouth in order to control it. So if we can believe that from the first let me finish.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. So if the world has already established that these are the norms, women that can grow to be 50 feet tall, people that have arm loaders, a man made out of wood that can stretch and use it like Spider-Man. If the world has already established these as the norm, then the norm has already been established. In Naruto, this character will look weird. In Death Note, it wouldn't fit at all. In the real world, it would be considered an alien or something like that is the only way that it could exist. In My Hero Academia, it's no different than anything else. There are people that walk around as clouds. There are people that literally can do the rain. One girl can shoot acid out of her body, which we then find out when she shoots out all the acid, she's white underneath instead of purple or pink, which is her nickname, Pinky. Quirks are physical things, even for characters who don't show them, like Bakugo. They show that his explosions, when they get too big or too powerful, have recoil on his arms. He's literally fracturing his bones from the recoil of his attacks when he does a really big attack that's too powerful and he doesn't have his gauntlets for stability, which I thought was a brilliant way to show that quirks are physical. Even from the most human-looking people, there's a drawback. Ida can run, but if his legs overheat, he stalls out and he can't use his quirk anymore for a while. Todoroki can use his ice, but if he doesn't balance it out with his heat, he will literally freeze up his body and slow down and slow up his cells. So he has to balance his physical quirks out with his body in order to keep a balance. Endeavor can't use his heat and powers for too long without literally overheating and destroying his own body and his organs.
I don't even want to talk on Endeavor, who doesn't make sense for other reasons, but we'll get to that another podcast.
Understandable. But only addressing the things that they've said directly in the show, that he literally has a limitation on how much he can use his heat because his own organs will break down from the heat. There's a drawback to it. He can't just spam all his most powerful attacks forever without his body taking in a recoil from it. So these are physical quirks and there are changes, but the world established, I would say that they never established any of this stuff and simply popped out wash on us out of the blue. Definitely is a wild swing to suddenly take, but they show you from the first episode immediately that there are just wild, unhuman looking people that are a normal part of life because of the powers that they have.
So, okay. I want to get Kamui in on the conversation after I say this one thing. So, addressing what you just said, I agree. It's the norm for this universe. And so the thematics work perfectly fine in this universe. My problem with it, it's obviously having real world lessons that it's trying to teach here. And if it only applies to My Hero, then I feel like trying to associate things that aren't human to the real world allegory, I don't think that's the best way. I think it's not only not the best way, it's in a way harmful, arguably. I would just stick with disrespectful, if anything. But I would say, even then, we as the audience know that it's the norm because this is what they're showing from episode 1. I don't think the characters in universe even necessarily consider it the norm. Like you're saying, I'm sure the washing machine dude's getting discrimination off screen. But like, they're making it a point in the story to say Mineta saw Shoji and he's calling him an octopus. So if they're doing that with Shoji, I'm sure there's other characters in My Hero who own washing machines, who they see the washing machine hero and they're like, that dude's a washing machine. So I do think even then, you could say it still applies in that same way. Like, my argument isn't that it's doing it the way it is. It's that it's doing it at all. My argument is that they shouldn't have had the washing machine guy, or the sludge monster, or the cement dude, or the glue shooting piece of metal who's supposed to be human in the first place. They just should have been another race, or they should have had a dysmorph part of them, just like Coda. We shouldn't have washing machines running around. It's like, because like in the hospital episodes, those 2 discrimination episodes, yeah, there's a lot of heteromorphs running around, but at the same time, like every other time they cut to a heteromorph, it's the one black hero who's like fighting against the heteromorphs. And so it's like, clearly they're trying to do a message about race or whatever. And I feel like in a way, they shouldn't include washing machines if they're trying to get a serious and respectful message across. But
as a black man, I fully disagree with that. But go ahead, Kamui.
From the because obviously I haven't seen, so I can only just go off of like what I hear from you guys as of right now, at least. I haven't watched it. I think certain things can definitely make or break this. So, for an example, if like the guy on screen right now just didn't exist, the heteromorphs were only the washing machine, the glue gunner, the cement block, and so on. And then you just play with the theme, and it's like, hey, don't judge a book by its cover. They're all humans too. Personally, don't see too much issue because it's just consistent there. If no, this one I don't know. But if they're playing still, like the guy on screen is going to be our normal heteromorph, I guess. If they're doing a thing to where like this guy is just getting very discriminated against, and then meanwhile, you know, every time you see glue gunner and cement block, there's just not a single discrimination at all towards them. You start to question, why aren't they being discriminated? And that can definitely muddy things. And I don't know how many times you see cement block be discriminated, or if he's like really grouped. Like, I don't know if the theme of discrimination is focused on with the cement blocks or not. But I do think it should be if you're going to do that. Where it can get tricky, though, this is what. So when I was first talking to Oodie about this, you know, this is like one of the first things. What can be tricky is if the gags are overly played up as gags, especially because if you do the serious heteromorph thing with this guy, and then you juxtapose it with the ridiculous glue gunner, it can almost be like it's too absurd to where you can't even take the theme serious anymore, because it's like he shoots glue and you can control how quickly it dries, and it's like so funny that like you almost can't take the theme seriously at all anymore because it's gone so ridiculous. Those are all factors to consider. And again, I don't know if they play with the discrimination seriously on the glue gunner, or if they don't even do it at all, or if they make it too funny to distract you. I don't know how they actually do it, but there's just a lot of factors to consider. So I can see how it could be a quote unquote disrespectful, but I can also see, like I said at the beginning, if they're just taking it seriously, he is discriminated, and they're just like, hey, he's a human, you know, all of us are humans, and they're taking it seriously, then it's totally fine. It really just depends on the specifics. If they're making it too funny to take seriously, obviously it's funny. I personally, as a viewer, would enjoy that, but from the writing perspective, maybe that's not the best idea. It just depends on what they do specifically, and I don't know, obviously.
Ace, thoughts?
Well, thoughts about that from the way that the show actually portrays it. Every person is treated as an individual, and many of the people that we saw, such as Koda and Shoji, are actually alongside our main heroes. Almost, you can consider them secondary heroes. It's a class of 20, and almost actually every single person in the class at one point or another gets some screen time to highlight them or more depth and backstory beyond just our main character or main characters. But they do make points that if it's something that if you pay attention to throughout the seasons, there are moments when characters do make begrudging comments, such as one common thing is that the current chief of police in the city that they're in is a humanoid dog. He looks like a basset hound, but When he comes in, he's in a suit. He's speaking respectfully, clearly. They're not playing up the trope that he's Aru or Scooby-Dooing or something like that. But one of the characters immediately disrespects him because he says something that he doesn't like. So he immediately goes to talking about his appearance. And it's one of the most beloved characters in the show, who's known for being fairly even keel, but he has a moment of being, what do you mean, blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to listen to this dog.
Yeah.
Oh. And there's moments like that interspersed throughout it, but it's not focused on. And up until these episodes in season 7, it gives you a recontextualization where you look back and say, oh, it's been something that's been a part of this world and hinted at season after season. And now they're addressing it openly that, yeah, while the show is set in the city, and like in reality, most major cities don't have rampant open racism. As someone who's lived in Chicago and also lived in rural areas in the Midwest, there are still certain towns that are considered sundown towns in Illinois, the state I live in, that I can't go to after sunset or else my life could be in danger. The reality in these smaller rural towns is that you face more discrimination openly because there's less retribution. It's a small town, everyone knows each other. Most people aren't going to say anything, if anything at all. Whereas in a major city, there's a lot more support to be able to stop such things like that. So this story for me rang about as true as possible, that Shoji from a small rural town would have faced horrible discrimination for being different. And then when he came to the major city, one of the first things that he gets is by one of the city kids gets called, oh, you're an octopus. It's a slight, not as harsh as them getting actually attacked by rural people, but it goes to show that it's something that's somewhat normalized in society to poke fun at these people, even to the point that Japanese society makes a top 10 of heroes that look like villains.
Yeah.
No matter how good you are, you're saying that I look like a villain simply because of my appearance, that I don't control how it was born, but it's a judgment that you make for me, and it's something to make fun of and make ridicule of. That, oh, you're a villainous looking human. You're a villainous looking hero. That guy is easily number 3 on the villain scale, which makes the main character, All Might, even more of an interesting character to see, that in his society, as he is the strongest, but he's also what you consider the most photogenic, the most outgoing. He has a huge smile on at all times with bright pearly whites and blonde hair shocking out, and has an impressive physique. So he looks the part of what you would consider, if it was high school, he looks the part of the star football jock, for lack of a better word, compared to someone like Choji, who does not look that part. And up until this scene, technically kept a mask over their face to hide some of their less humanoid features so they didn't get any more discrimination. As he already has the arms, but he can technically hide most of his arms and make them look fairly normal, though he can also make them look fairly grotesque, as one might call it, by putting eyes and other hands and all types of weird stuff out of them. So while it touches on it, I think that the way they touched on it and waited to do so after a while, you realize that even from watching the show at times, you've made those same similar critiques about certain characters that you saw, even when they weren't portrayed in a comical way. And it just goes to show, it gives you a moment to be retrospective of that we all can have inherent biases, and to try to be more aware of that. So for that, I appreciated and thought they did an outstanding job of showing and not so much telling what was going on, and then resolving that issue the best way they could in the moment. Because it doesn't fix society, but it does resolve that moment.
Okay. Everything
What
you
do you
described, I completely agree with. The thing is, everything you're describing is all of the good aspects of this theme as it's played out throughout the series. Whereas, obviously, I wouldn't say the manga character in his fights is fighting as a joke. He's seriously fighting. He's genuinely trying to win when he fights, and he's fighting the best of his capabilities. But from the audience perspective, when you see the manga guy running around screaming onomatopoeias, unironically, Kamui, that's his power. He literally fights with onomatopoeias. Whereas it's treated seriously in universe, Horikoshi's writing that as a joke. And That doesn't diminish all of the good part of the theme that you're saying, because I agree, all of that is good. But that does say there's at least probably more to the story. I would consider it, what's a good example? I have two examples. You could consider it similar to, let's just say right now that there is thematic purpose. Let's just pretend like there's thematic purpose between or behind Naruto's reverse sexy jutsu against Kaguya. You know, it's serious stakes. Naruto's genuinely trying to win. He's trying to catch her off guard to punch her. This is ninja tactics. It's deception. The move behind the move. The Otsutskis can't see it. You can even argue because Konohamaru taught it to him or whatever, then there's a lot of stuff there. There's a lot of actually genuinely, seriously good stuff there. But it is written for a joke. Similarly, you could argue Naruto farting on Kiba, and I hate to play down this scene since, you know, Kamui and I, we love this scene. But as genuine as it is for Naruto's character, it's a gag moment. It's not diminishing the theme of Naruto being the top dog or fighting against his destiny or trying to become stronger to take down rivals such as Kiba, Neji, and Sasuke, etc., etc. But he is winning because he farted on his opponent, which in universe, that's not funny. You know, Sakura's not up there busting a gasket or anything, but the audience is. And I feel like it does take away from it.
Was laughing.
Exactly. So the characters in universe might not be doing it, but I do think the audience is laughing when they see the manga guy fighting seriously with his onomatopoeias, even though it's not funny in universe. But it's written this way. It exists because it's meant to be funny. In my opinion, it didn't need to exist at all. If you're gonna have this character, you could just have them look normal and have a normal ability. Like, I feel like it's almost disrespectful for me to say normal, but it's so far removed from reality to where I feel like it's almost to the point of being acceptable because it's literally a manga who is made to be a character. It's written to be a gag, in my opinion.
I was going to say it can be taken as a gag. It could even be taken as a funny self-insert to laugh about a manga character in a manga.
Exactly.
But in universe, it's taken seriously. He's training to be a pro hero at the top school in all of Japan for pro heroes, which means he has skills and abilities enough that he made the evaluation and was accepted into the school. And we're deep into the school and finding out and seeing him compete. And honestly, the onomatopoeias are kind of busted, except his team just got washed, I think, if I remember correctly, which team he was on. And there's plenty of characters that are heteromorphs, and some of them, when you see them, they can lead you to the impression of making jokes at them. I mean, even Mineta, he literally has purple balls on his head that he grabs, which he plays with his balls. There's normally the funny joke about that.
Yeah.
The whole importance is what I like about it is that by doing the manga the way that they did, which My Hero has humorous moments interspersed throughout it, even for all the characters have their own moments of comedy in their own way. Even with all that done, it does lead you to make snap judgments and make observations of certain characters and laugh at certain ones. A lot of people look at Gang Orca for the first time and think he does look villainous.
Well, real quick.
Until they...
On that, because there might be a misunderstanding here. I'm not saying he's bad based on his design or how he looks. I'm not making fun of him based on how he looks. I'm saying he shouldn't exist in the first place because it's taking away from an aspect of the show, in my opinion.
True. But, well, to get more to that point then, the different styles of characters that we've seen, My Hero shows you a wide gamut, more than I've seen in any other show, of different characters that are viable. Even in the kid characters they show, one of them has a little cannon in his mouth that just pops out.
Yeah.
Which shouldn't physically be possible. It should blow his head off from the recoil alone, but it exists. So they show you, while I would say that it's more unique than most, in the world of My Hero, it's not something I would even still blink an eye at because My Hero establishes early on, this is this world. These are the type of characters that you're going to see. Yes. Are there still a lot of regular humanoid looking characters or normal ones? Yes. But there are washing machine heroes. There's probably plane heroes out there. There's all types of heroes that come. Even for the regular humans, they're drawn differently. Like, God, can't think of his name. Not Sun Eater. Sun Eater has his one look, but then you also get Lemillion, who has his own separate look, which looks comical at first, but most people come to love Lemillion because of who he is in the story and journey he goes on, which Lemillion doesn't look like other humans in the show for the most part. He has a unique drawing style that looks like Tintin from that old HBO show. Yeah. So I would say in any other show, I would agree with you that an inclusion of a character like this wouldn't fit. In My Hero, especially when this character comes in and is actually shown and given screen time, they're just another character out of the bunch. And they're not, while they're one of the more unique looking ones and interesting ones to see, you can't pretend like that's the only one out of Class B. Their class captain can grow her hands like Miss Marvel. One guy walks around in a tuxedo until you actually see his power. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Well,
because he just likes to be fancy.
I didn't have a problem with the way the characters look in My Hero until they did the discrimination thing. Like, if this dude's in Naruto, I just don't care. Look at Suigetsu. He can turn himself into water. I mean, you can do anything at that point. But
very much.
Naruto's not trying to make any discrimination thematic point like this. So it's more of, they're trying to make the unrealistic the standard, or realistic, when that doesn't apply to our reality, which the characters get the message in the series. That's fine. I'm not complaining that that Shoji's able to convince the Meta Liberation Army that what they're doing is wrong. I'm complaining because I feel like it's making it harder for the audience to take it seriously.
And that's where I would say why it might be harder for the audience to take it seriously. I think that it subconsciously brings home the point later on, much better in the later season. It's not as if they show this character and then the next panel is talking about discrimination. We don't even hear about discrimination when this character is on screen. It's just one of many characters and it becomes a part of the world. And then it gets recontextualized in the later season.
But at that point, I'm not taking the world seriously from the beginning. That's not necessarily a bad thing, but that means when I am supposed to take it seriously without the world changing, it's doing an unnecessary uphill battle, and that's just the way it's written.
Then I would say if you didn't take My Hero serious from the beginning before they introduced characters more like this later on, then you didn't take it seriously from the beginning, and that wouldn't change anything based on the writing at that point.
Well, by that, I'm saying episode 1, they're already doing ridiculous-looking characters. Like, this dude's, in my opinion, the most over-the-top, the most unreal. Like, it's a manga character. What did the mother just went to town on a piece of paper? But episode 1, they're already doing Sludge Monster. So
there's Sludge Monster, there's Kamui Woods, there's Death Arms.
Yeah.
They're all in there.
Exactly.
Which, if at that point you don't accept them as a normal part of the world and that these things happen in the normal, then you're already going to have that disconnect from it.
Well, no, but that's the thing. By taking it seriously, which I have to accept it as part of the world if I'm going to watch My Hero, it is a part of the world, I'm then disassociating it from our real world, at least in terms of this regard.
Which can be fine. Just because it's a different world that you don't associate with ours doesn't mean it can't have similar issues as a society.
I agree.
I mean, we've even talked about Hero Society not being great because it basically is based on heroes sacrificing themselves, which is not a great sustainable option to hold down. But another show that does the same thing, X-Men does the same thing with wild-looking people in a more realistic way. But a mutation is a mutation. The part that makes it realistic is you don't control the way that you look about it. You just have to learn to live with it, and other people judge you by it. For My Hero, I thought they did a great job. Now, if they beat you over the head with this early on, it could feel very heavy-handed. But for the fact that they wait through, 6, 7 seasons before they finally bring up the issue and address it head on, and with that, they've touched on it part by part over the seasons where it's a normal part of the show, but not something that's highlighted until you think about it later, I think is a perfect way that you can do it. I couldn't think of a better way to put it together, honestly, where it doesn't feel ham-handed. Because many shows try something similar and it feels forced. It feels like an after-school special. the way they did it is they addressed a part of something that happens in society, which allegory-wise happens in real life, and it's understandable and relatable that there are people that just get discriminated on based on how they look or who they are, and then they have to learn to deal with it. In this case, some of the cases are more extreme, but even with the more extreme cases, that doesn't change the fact that they have to deal with discrimination also.
Yeah.
Even if you have to think about it in retrospect, that the character that you laughed at probably did have to deal with a lot. Imagine not being able to say any onomatopoeias, even by accident, because your quirk might go off and hurt something. Which they've shown also in the show has happened a lot with people who don't know how to use their quirks being banned from using their quirks, because if you're not licensed, the chances if you call this thing a major accident and death is really real, to the point that there are laws against it. So it's had to happen a lot.
And that is the world as it is, and the world on its own is meant to be taken seriously. But the problem is, if you're doing stuff like that, I can't, like, it's ridiculous that that's a thing in general, like a concept is what I'm talking about. Not that it exists in the world, that it can exist, that it's written to exist in this way. It exists.
Yeah, I would say if anything.
Wait, real quick, just because my headphones died and I should have gone to bed like 3 hours ago, so I am going to officially leave. By all means, keep going for several hours.
Okay, Kamui, do you have anything left to say? If you can hear us.
I feel like I already kind of said earlier. I mean, like, it's hard for me to really say because again, I haven't seen all the subtle details of hints that maybe the discrimination is or isn't happening. So it's like, without being there to judge it for myself, I can't definitively say if it's being disrespectful or not.
Okay.
I could just see how it could be, and I could see how it isn't. It just really just depends on the specifics, which I wouldn't know. That's so, because you're both gonna argue to me why it is or isn't, and so when you're both saying it, it sounds reasonable to someone who hasn't watched it. But
exactly.
Very true. Which, I fully agree. It was good to talk with you again, Kamui.
Absolutely. And I'm definitely down to continue more of the other stuff that even this technically, but I gotta be up in like 4.5 hours.
Okay, go to bed. I'm sorry to keep you. Please go to bed.
All right, see you guys.
Have a good one.
Blue Star's here, Oodie. I'll invite him for you.
Okay, thank you.
It's good timing. All right, see you guys. Bye, Blue Star in advance. Hi and bye.
I can chat for like 15 minutes, but I figured I'd just pop in, say a quick hello, and give whatever thoughts and opinions you want on my hair. I'm
sorry that we didn't see you earlier, but since you've been here for 15 minutes, that's technically a good thing, so we don't have to necessarily catch you up, so you've been listening to this conversation, right?
Yes, you've mostly been talking about the realistically of whether or not that comic book guy can exist in this in the world of My Hero Academia.
Yeah, the idea is whether or not this character's existence takes away from the discrimination theme in My Hero as it's applied to the real world.
And to be honest, I don't think Koei really thought about it too much. I thought he just thought like, oh, let's draw a comic character or something. Or
I agree.
A character that can make speeches.
Yeah, I think the author changed over time as well.
Yeah. I mean, the whole discrimination thing didn't really become a major topic until like the next arc, the villain arc, if you will.
Yeah.
Where they were fighting against male liberation, which it's fine to, I guess, introduce, I suppose, a late concept, but I don't know. I guess it's just probably something he thought more down the line rather than at the beginning, because it's like, I think it's one of the more least developed plot lines.
Well, to be fair, I think all manga authors do this, whether or not they change over time, because they need to worry about their series getting axed in Chapter 7. They don't want to be canned before they can get to Chapter 500, so they have to plan it out in the short term rather than long term. They can have long-term plans, but that's to say they're going to introduce seeds that they're planting that they don't know where they're going to lead yet, but they're introducing them so they can come back to them later when they can utilize them in the most effective way possible. So, for example, I mean, Naruto does this. Black Zetsu was confirmed to not be thought out, even though he existed at the time. Attack on Titan does this. It was supposed to end at Season 2. It went on, for obvious reasons. So every series does this, whether or not the author changes or not. But I think over time, humans naturally change. The longer a series runs, the more likely it is that the author themselves will have changed over the course of writing it. So I think it is likely that over time, maybe Horikoshi not only realized where he wanted the story to go in terms of direction, but also as a person, he could have grown to more so focus on this theme in a different type of way, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I suppose another example you could use is even One Piece, which was supposed to last 5 years, but Oda introduced a group called the Seven Warlords of the Seas, and now it is spanning like about nearly 30 years. So, yeah. But no, granted, I still say Oda is pretty good at least planning, even when he's making some stuff up along the way. So, yeah, especially with this final saga. But anyway, yeah. So, I'm not sure if there's not really much to do with the speech character to know whether or not let's see, I tried the Kai, right? Yeah, it's Kai, right? Forgotten which mic for a second.
Yeah.
Whether Kai planned the discrimination with this character, because it's like, let's see, is this manga comic character from the city, or is he from the urban? Is he from the, let's see, urban areas, right? Yeah, because that's kind of made a sort of difference. Like, if you're in the more densely populated areas, let's see, you're not likely to face this sort of discrimination, but in the more outside areas, wide open space, you're going to get people a bit more prejudiced. This seems to be more like a commentary on how, I guess you could say, more city-spaced areas, a bit more, I guess you could say, tolerant, liberal, while urban areas are more conservative and less tolerant, if you will. But that might just be commentary he's trying to do. But I'm not sure if you agree with that necessarily. But yeah, that this might be this comic guy. It's just like, I just wanted to create a cool character. Didn't really think long term with the side plot with like let's see, the non-human discrimination thing. So that's probably what it is. Otherwise, it could be possible this character could have played, even if a minor role, during like the whole hospital raid in the final war or something. But I think he was used to help support. Was it against the, let's see, Shigaraki fight with like the 6 heroes, or am I thinking of a different kind of space?
Well, I'm not caught up with the manga. As of season 7, they haven't used Class B at all. I'm assuming they're going to come in at some point in season 8, since everyone else is coming, even that other school. I'm assuming they will. I just don't know. I think Ace, you haven't read the manga either, right?
No, I haven't read the manga, but just from the anime, some of them were actually in the fight in season 7. They were just spread over different places.
Oh, really? Like,
They've
just not been the focus. They've been more of either the support roles or the background fighting.
Yeah. The one I could think of is when they were defending the Gigantomachia hangar. The kids from Class B, like I know the one that does the mud thing along with the mushroom girl, they were there.
Right.
Because they have wide AoE attacks, so they could defend a wide area easily. Yeah. But I know that they were there.
And technically against Shigaraki, you have like the Class B leader there who is copying Eraserhead's quirk.
Yeah.
I was thinking like the majority of Class B is going to show up all at once as a group to do something at some point. I feel like
get massacred. What do you mean?
I don't know. I mean, because I feel like the other school did get that moment. What's the name of the other school?
Shiketsu.
Shiketsu.
They explained why Shiketsu showed up all at once, because Shiketsu is where all the refugees were being sent. But since they didn't get any backup, they were already out there. They came rushing to see what the hell was going on. And even then came out there and was just more annoying than anything.
But before that was explained, we didn't know that was going to happen at all. So I feel like they're going to do something similar with Class B. They're just going to have some explanation at some point. They're going to show up whenever Stain shows up to fight All for One and assist All Might or something. I don't
know. Well, I mean, they could. That'd just be weird.
Yeah, I mean, what fights are left? Technically, there's the other fights that we don't care about at the other 8 battlefields, like the island, I guess. There might be that one Nomu left. I guess, like, the original area with Fat Gum and Aoyama and whoever else is there. This is technically probably a couple, like, random baddies there, but I don't think it really matters. I don't think there's any fights left that they can contribute to, because the only 2 actual fights left are just the 2 main fights.
Well, I'll definitely say you do get some focus on the Ayama one, but I won't say if it's separate. I can't recall if it was just before, in between the All Might fight or the Midoriya fight, but I will say there's one surprising fight that happens that will explain this sort of long mystery about, let's just say, the second user, but that's as far as I'm going in terms of spoilers, and why Tolly has been, keeping a secret about who this guy actually is and all that stuff. But whether or not you think it's a good, secret and reason why the second user is not being talked about so much, but it is definitely something that will happen after the All Might versus All for One fight. I'm not going to say what it is because you don't want to spoil it, and this 8th season is coming soon. But yeah. But yeah, that's something I think you might look forward to or not. But yeah,
I was going to say there's only, from what I can remember thinking about it, there's the 2 main fights. There is still the fight where everybody originally showed up at, which they had like one of the jailbreakers or one of the assassins that All for One had there that still got to be dealt with. And then I think there's one more, like there's supposed to be one more like surprise battle, something popping up to become an issue that I can think of that would happen in that season, because it's like a season of battle, because it's the final battle.
Okay.
I definitely say there is. Let's see. I think there is like there's one more thing with Kurogiri, but I'm not going to say what it is. But yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome stuff.
Real quick, just finishing off that previous topic. So I would say, unlike Isayama with Attack on Titan, I'm not gonna jump on Horikoshi for the discrimination theme, because I think Isayama just generally handled the genocide theme poorly. Whereas I think generally Horikoshi did a very excellent job with the discrimination theme. Just a couple nitpicks here and there, and this is one of them, to where it's not ruining My Hero Academia for me like Attack on Titan, but I would say you can interpret it in a negative way based on what I was saying. But generally, I'm curious. So, okay. I guess we could each give our interpretation. So, I guess just based on the discrimination theme, do we think that characters such as the comic book guy, there's 3 options here. Do we think they enhance the theme to make it stronger? Do we think characters like this weaken the theme to make it weaker? Or do we think that it just doesn't have any effect at all? It's just overall, it doesn't change anything, doesn't matter.
To be honest, I think, like I said earlier, Koei didn't really seem to plan and think about the comic guy when they did the discrimination arc, if you will, because it's no impact and all that stuff. It's going to be one of those things like fans will be like, wait, what about this guy? Did he face discrimination? Was he in a city, or was he in a suburb, like a sort of urban area or something? Or is he just like, are you just not going to address it? It's just like, just a quirky character or something. So let's see, because I think at the moment, no impact, but it feels like you could have easily had this character play a role in the storyline if you wanted to. Who knows? It might have been better if you had a few more of the non-human looking students alongside, I guess, Shoji and Anima, just to try and make the point how these new generations, despite what happened with those who have faced discrimination, are still trying to be heroes and change the world or something. But yeah, but honestly, I do think like this is more like the bigger problem of like you've built up the spin of the thing, but you never really built up any of the hero characters with it until like the very last minute or something. But yeah. As I do feel like it would have been nice if like Shoji was a bit more of was supposed to be like the vocal counterpoint against Spinner and the paranormal liberations ideas on this.
I agree with that.
Doesn't really get a major role until like the very end.
Yeah. But Ace, what do you think? Do you think characters such as Washing Machine Man or Sawmentis, do you think they make the discrimination theme like stronger, weaker, or does it like not change anything for you?
Actually, I think from the way that this story was written, it actually makes it stronger because, one, when you see these characters, you automatically make biases and judgments about them. Even in this world where they're not shown to be comical, people have made a joke about Cementos. One group I know of reactors literally demanded and swore that he was a villain for like 3 or 4 seasons until they finally saw them like attack the villa and fight other evil villains. Like, oh, well, maybe he's not a villain. Maybe we got to accept that. And it's like, nothing in the show showed you he was a villain other than he seemed low key and he was a teacher at the school fighting with the kids like all the other teachers did for their tests. But they showed discrimination and things like this as far back as season 2, as that's back when Shoto was openly discriminating against the dog chief, which, for lack of a better word, wasn't a whole slur, but was an attack on him just because he didn't like what he was saying. Mm-hmm. So there's been moments interspersed between throughout, but what I appreciate is that they didn't highlight those moments. It just became a normalized part of the show. So when it did become an issue that was addressed, it then became an issue to the forefront that's been there literally in the show for years at this point. So to me, it elevates it because you're normalized with these characters who are heteromorphs, who do not look human, who do have powers and abilities. And then you see the experience that one of them has, and you realize that throughout the show, they've normalized different people having those types of statements towards these characters. So you can imagine that logically that continues on. And then it adds more precedence when one of the characters tells you, I came from the rural areas. It was much worse out there. In the city, it's not as bad, which also is a direct allegory to reality.
Okay, I've gotten them. Okay, I think I've gotten Urban and Ruin mixed up. My apologies.
Fully understandable.
Apologies.
It's a full-on allegory to real life. Most cities are more liberal and has less of that type of discrimination than rural areas, which do tend to be more conservative and more traditional in their stance, where someone who doesn't look traditionally wouldn't be accepted as well as someone who, regardless of who they are, wouldn't be accepted as well as somebody who is not. And Shoji's story was a painful reminder that even if you're doing a good thing, if you're different, you'll still be punished for the fact that you're different in certain places than if you look like everybody else. Which also, to a second, kind of adds to it because Shoto technically comes from a traditional household, so his statement now makes a lot more sense to me.
Yeah, but I never really addressed Shoto saying that statement or not, and all that. It's like
he apologized for it.
I don't remember Shoto apologizing for it. I remember what is it, Mineta apologizing for his octopus statement, but I can't remember the. Or am I thinking? Well, is this during the Stain arc? He apologized to Shoto.
Yeah, it was right after the Stain arc where Shoto apologized to the chief for what he said because he was out of pocket.
Okay, fair enough. Sorry, it's just been a while since I've read that arc, so I can't recall every small detail. My apologies.
It's all good. But that's the way that the show has done this and treated the situation. Small moments here and there versus making it the centerpiece. So when it does come up, it, to me, is far more impactful because it's addressing something that's been in the show and been a part of it since, again, season 2. It might even be in season 1. I can't remember season 1 as well. I just remember the Shoto part because it felt so out of pocket for his character to say something out like that towards another character, especially with his own facial deformity and mark from being burnt. It felt weird for him to attack somebody else's actual physical appearance.
Space would probably remember
fair
season
enough.
1.
I think that
if I were to guess really quick, I would guess where it might be in season 1. They might be commenting on the Nomu's appearance, but I don't know if that would even count in this case. But also they might comment on 13th's costume, but that's not what she actually looks like. That is just a costume. So I don't think the costume may be being scary if they comment on that. Doesn't really count either.
Yeah, I think other than Shoji and maybe the Nomu, I don't think it's really addressed in season 1.
Yeah. Similarly, they might say something about the giant robots they fight in their very first exam in like season 1, episode like 3 or whatever. But that's not human. That is just robot.
That's good. I suppose Kai is good at doing some rather small comments. I do feel, with at least Shoji, I think there could have been at least a few more hints about it before he became like the main center point of character. Because like, before this, it's like, okay, you've got the stuff of Spinner, but who's really to counter him? It's like Shoji comes last minute. I just feel like if you maybe give a bit of a hint before, maybe like him quickly trying to cover up his mask if it's damaged somewhere before, maybe something like that. You could have done like hint that there's more to this character or something. But I don't know. That's just my personal gripe with I guess this discrimination arc thing, if you will. I just feel like you've got his protagonist coming in a bit too late. I feel like it's arguably the ideal character for it, but I just wish there was some hint of it sooner. Maybe even just a brief skirmish between him and Spinner beforehand or something. But yeah, because before the discrimination thing, I thought Spinner was going to be like Ida's long-term foil because he was like an disciple of Stain when he was first introduced to something. But yeah,
I could see that. Yeah, they really kind of dropped the Stain thing with Spinner, in my opinion.
Yeah,
that's okay.
But yeah, they also they kind of had this new villain become the mouthpiece, which I wouldn't mind, but I feel like if you're gonna have this character like the mouthpiece, perhaps maybe you should have made him one of like the Meta Liberation's top lieutenants when we got like that arc instead of just like last minute kind of thing. Because
I agree with that as well.
At least maybe swap him out. Swap him out for that politician guy, because the politician guy long term didn't really do much.
Especially since Spinner's looking at Shigaraki when All For One's controlling him. He's like, I'm not really following you. I'm following Shigaraki. So it's like they didn't really do anything there either. Like Spinner was, I don't want to say Spinner was gonna betray All For One, but like he was there for Shigaraki, and then that didn't really go anywhere. They could have done something there as well.
Yeah, it's like we turn All For One to try and help Shigaraki in some way. Anyway, I've got to probably head off now. There's probably some more things I could have said about the discrimination thing, but that maybe for a stream another time. But thanks for having me on for a brief moment.
Absolutely.
Thanks. Nice chatting with you, Ace Overturn, and I'll probably talk to my hero with Ritzy Ode another time when I'm more available.
I'm glad you could come on for this stream since we were planning for this stream anyways. I'm sorry that it started so late.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. These things happen. But anyway, bye for now.
All right, see ya. Yeah. I mean, part of the reason the stream was late in the first place is because Ultra said that he was going to be late because of the gym. He just never showed up, so...
You know what? That's very valid, very valid. Though I would say for that, I think that Spinner, as the quiet character that he's normally shown as and shown as reserved, him volunteering to be the one to deal with the heteromorph army and it coming out and explaining in the moment why it is far more impactful than if that was given as a precursor beforehand. Because until the reveal, you don't understand that about Shoji, because when it comes to trauma and things like that, it's not something that you just normally volunteer, especially as a teenage kid. I mean, in my own darkened past, I've been jumped before, so it's not the thing that I lead with when I want to have a conversation or talk about something. But in that situation, him being the person to actually deal with that feels like the right thing, because he understands that feeling better than anybody else can, and he's willing to meet it head on in the most realistic way possible. That, yeah, we all have that anger, but what you do with it is more important than just feeling it. It doesn't go away. You can be angry, but you have to be constructive with your anger. You want to change things? Change it. But you attacking other people doesn't fix anything. It just makes it worse for everybody else that's not like you.
Yeah,
doing the opposite of what you want.
I think I could see it being written well either way, from the story perspective or from the thematic purpose. Because I feel like Blue Stars was more so focused on the story, whereas what you're saying now here, the way you would have written it is more so focused on this thematic. Again, I think it can be written well either way, so both can work. I do think I prefer yours over Blue Stars. I think that would have been way better. I agree, because that's what I was saying. I think they should have done that as well. My real problem is they obviously didn't, because apparently it's just All For One asked him to do that, and he just did it because All For One told him to. It's like, he didn't do it because he cared or what. I mean, that's not to say he doesn't care, but I feel like I agree. He should have stepped up and be the one to do it, because it's the reason he joined the league in the first place. Yes, because Stain inspired him, but Stain wouldn't have inspired him if he wasn't from the backwater country to where he was treated like garbage in the first place because of how he looks.
Yeah. I will say, though, for Spinner, it fits his character because Spinner is easily influenced and manipulated. He became a disciple of Stain just from hearing about what Stain did, and became a fanatic about Stain, who's never spoken to this man a day in his life. And joined the League of Villains, assuming that it was going to be around the same ideals and hopes, without realizing it's nothing to do with that.
I don't know. Would we say that's easily manipulated, though? Because, again, I think the reason he was so infatuated with Stain is because there was so much injustice done to him. I think if he was not discriminated against, then Stain doesn't mean anything to him. It's not being manipulated from Stain. Likewise, I really like what they did with that seeming subplot that didn't go anywhere of him being like, oh, All For One, I'm actually here for Shigaraki, not you. So, hey, can we get back to Shigaraki over here? But they're not doing anything with that. But why write that in if they're going to have them be easily manipulated? They're just be like, oh, yeah, All For One, I'm totally on board for you. Yeah, you're cooler than that other guy anyway. So they're not doing that.
Now, I was going to say, to clarify, All For One's talking Jutsu is much different than, say, Orochimaru. Spinner isn't in because All For One asked him to. He's still doing it because of Shiggy. But he understands that All For One's in charge right now. And he's saying, hey, this is going to be the thing that helps. And I'm even going to help you. While he might have hesitations, because he is so loyal to Shigaraki at this point, he's going to go through with it, which is unfortunately his downside in this moment, is that he's following almost blindly these orders and kind of doing the thing he wants, but he didn't think with resolution of why he wants to do the thing. He's doing it because, yeah, you'll be the face of the heteromorph army, you'll be their spokesperson, so forth and so on. And like many people that get put into a position of power, the real person that's running and calling the shots behind them is the one feeding them things in their ear and gassing them up to the point that they're doing things that are out of pocket for them, where he was about to attack a hospital filled with innocent and hurt people and attack doctors who've done nothing but help people by their own rules, simply because he is so blind with his rage that he wanted to hurt somebody or something else because he's been hurt.
So, I mean, are you like really sure that it was the Shigaraki All For One combination rather than All For One himself who asked Spinner to go? Because I wasn't very sure on it. I asked Space how he got here, and Space, as you know, is like the My Hero expert around here. From my interpretation, what Space was saying, obviously this happened when Shigaraki was still healing because he was injured from the star fight, so he was like in the back room, and Spinner saw the like hand growth thing, so he was not like going back there. I don't think he was talking to Shigaraki. I think he was talking to All For One, and I think All For One's the one who directly gave him those extra quirks, not Shigaraki. So I think it is All For One, at least from my interpretation of what Space was saying. But if you know it is otherwise, then please correct me.
No, I was going to say you're right. I'll clarify what I was saying.
Okay.
All For One was the one giving the direction. Spinner agreed with it and went with it because, one, he's highly loyal to Shigaraki. He identifies with Shigaraki as a friend, not only just his leader, but as his friend. So while All For One was given the order, he did it because of his connection to Shigaraki. And two, he wanted to finally, as someone who's been abused and been treated terribly his entire life, he wanted the power to do something. He got radicalized. He got, what the fuck is the name of the guy's name? He became a tape bro, basically. He got gassed up enough like, yeah, you know what? I deserve better. I should have more power. I should do all these things. And you're going to make that happen. And when I do it, my friend Shiggy is going to be proud of me. I'm going to be like Dabi, who Dabi is a problem and a half from day one. So At this point, he's like, I can also step up and be a real leader. And All For One in his manipulation is like, yeah, you could do all the things. I'm going to give you this extra power. You go do this simple thing. It'll be fine. Because for All For One, he doesn't need him to be loyal to him. He can be loyal to Shigaraki because in All For One's mind, he's going to be Shigaraki. He doesn't care if he's really loyal to him or not.
Yeah. I mean, okay, either way, I definitely think that we should have seen more in general about this whole dynamic just so it could have been more clear. Since, again, I think that they really dropped the ball on this whole Spinner, Shigaraki, All For One thing in the first place. Like, the other league members were also a little bit uncomfortable, but Spinner was, like, the one who was really in the forefront, really sussing this whole situation out, in my opinion, and I just don't think they did anything there, unfortunately.
They didn't do more with it, but then again, I think what I appreciate is they did more things that were more subtle, because in all reality, if Spinner says or pops off some shit to All For One, what's going to happen to Spinner?
Yeah, I agree.
Even if the whole league attacked him at that moment, All For One, even in his injured form, is washing the floor with it.
I know.
So he can feel some type of way, but he also wouldn't be stupid enough to say something out of pocket to All For One, who is his friend's mentor. That's like Coda saying some wild shit to All Might. He might not like him, but he's not finna be like, fuck you.
I agree. Yeah, he's not gonna go up to him and just like spit in All For One's face or something stupid that's gonna get himself killed.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't know where I would want them to go with it, but I can imagine they could have done something. Like, I don't know, maybe Spinner's gonna like confront the heroes and like let them know the situation, because he knows that Deku wants to save him, I think, right? Or does he not know that? I don't actually know if he knows that or not. But he could know that.
I was gonna say, technically he was there when Deku was trying to get to him, but he doesn't know that Deku, because few people understand, well, people that know Deku know that he wants to save him, like Bakugo understand that he's gonna try to save him, because he knows that's the type of person that he is. He tried to save him when he didn't have powers. He's damn sure still gonna try to save Shigaraki, unfortunately.
Yeah. Like if
the Spinner on the other hand,
they
only touched on it slightly though.
If an All For One killing button just fell out of the sky from God himself and landed directly in Spinner's hand, Spinner's pressing that button. He's getting Shigaraki back.
Well, what I would say is he would, if All For One right now, knowing that how important it is for the war, he would hold on to the button and use it once everything is secured, but he wouldn't press it now until he knew that everything was fine and Shiggy was okay. Because if he presses it now, say All For One is gone, all these other heroes can now go jump Shigaraki. It's not shit he can do about that. He can't deal with an Endeavor and all the rest of them, so he would have to, at that point, be like, I fucked this up for us. League of Legends rules. I'm the one who sold and fed, so now everything's ruined. Yeah. But he would definitely hold on to that button, and the second he knew that things were over and they won, he would press the fuck out of that button.
I completely agree with that. I don't think he would wait until checkmate, but he would wait until check. Because I feel like it's important to him that All For One isn't the one that changes the world, but Shigaraki and the League are the ones who do it. I feel like if All For One does it, that takes away from them wanting to do it in the first place, in a way.
I would say in reality, yes, but I think that especially Spinner as a League of Legends player and a gamer, he would wait until it was secured, get rid of All For One, and then just give the credit to Shigaraki. Even if he's the one to press the button, even if he's the one who somehow fought the vestiges of All For One and won and defeated him, he would still give the credit to Shigaraki because he views him as his leader. And Spinner isn't that guy who wants to step into leadership. Even the moment he did it for the heteromorph army, he didn't feel comfortable, which was showcased by the way he was trying to fight Shoji, who was feeling fully comfortable because he was, while they were both righteous in their anger, one was mad at the world for treating him bad, while the other one was mad at him for giving the world more of a reason to continue to treat them bad, for being the stereotype. It's the same thing that as a black man, I hate when I see another black man who's a stereotype and doing bad things, because you're ruining the image for us. I fought this long for my reputation, and every time someone sees you doing some stupid shit, it reflects back on me, who isn't doing the stupid shit, and I have to deal with the consequences of your stupidity. So for me,
to be fair,
Shoji's fighting and being angry fit perfectly in that moment of somebody who doesn't want that stereotype to continue and for you to ruin all the hard work that's been done so far.
I agree with what you're saying, but I feel like that only reflects poorly on you to people that are stupid in the first place that would discriminate, because obviously individuals aren't a race. Like, that's the most blatantly obvious thing of all time. So.
Yes. Oh, by far. But when you have to deal with some of those stupid people, it's one of those things. It's like, I already have to deal with their stupidity. Why are you giving them more bullets in the chamber that I have to then dodge these shots from your stupidity?
Yeah.
Like, it's already bad enough I have to deal with shit on my own. Why are you adding your shit to my shit that I got to deal with also now?
Yeah, so it is just only affecting the problem people, but it's still affecting them to be problems. So I
exactly.
Yeah.
Which was why I thought that those two episodes succinctly brought up the issue and brought it to the forefront, addressed it head on, and then resolved it and moved on. Because even in society, they're still going to have to deal with the outfit of it. There's still going to be a top-tilling, most villainous-looking ranking after this is all done eventually, probably. Society still is going to have their prejudice about heteromorphs and how they treat them. Yeah. Though now, hopefully, because of the students that actually were photographing and showing that these heteromorphs were out here fighting and defending people that talk shit about them, it'll give them maybe a moment of pause to be like, you know what? Maybe I have always fucking laughed at Wash, but Wash is a top hero. Wash has saved, like, they got stats and all that shit. Wash has saved how many people every year? Why the fuck should I treat them or talk shit about them for looking some type of way when they didn't have anything to do with that? It's not like it's a
but
costume
real quick, guys. It isn't how they look. Okay. Orca, I can get behind that. That's inorganic material. Washing machine is made out of metallic compounds. He's made of metal. He's not made out of cells, but atoms. I don't understand why he is alive.
I get that. The science about it can be eluding, but on the same level,
but it's not supposed to be, because science is in the series. It's being explained through science, and it's including this at the same time.
Which, at the same time, just because they don't explain it to you doesn't mean that it's not a real thing with a scientific answer. That material may look metallic, but it can be organic if they're still living. Creati can create things out of her body, and her lipids literally change into physical matter and create entire explosions and chemicals as long as she understands what she's creating. And again, there's a toddler that can shoot a cannon out of his mouth. His jaw unhinges, his head cocks back at a ridiculous angle, and a fucking 50 caliber cannon pops out of his mouth. Where the fuck does the ammunition come from? Is he shooting his guts out at people? Big ass cannonballs exist.
Exactly.
It's just part of the world where these bodies who are so fantastical that they almost seem to defy the laws of physics and reality as we know them, because the world is that different.
So I'm not saying an explanation can't exist if it's not given in the series. Maybe this is just my ignorance speaking, but some of these characters, even though an explanation isn't given, I don't think an explanation does exist, and Horikoshi just is ignoring laws of physics entirely with how he's drawing some of these characters.
I mean, that could be possible. And I mean, Wash's outfit is technically a superhero suit, but you can imagine there's a bunch of different heroes that have different suits that look all differently. Yeah. Gang Orca has his tongue out, looks like a tie, because it just fits his aesthetic and wears a suit to match. That's the whole thing. Creati literally can't change her lipids in her body into actual materials of anything. So far, we don't know of any limit to what she has, and scientifically it was explained, but she could basically create nitroglycerin and blow shit up like Bakugo. Bakugo sweats nitroglycerin that he can then explode on command, and it doesn't blow his hands off, which it doesn't have the recoil of the impact. The fire itself doesn't do it, which means he has some type of fire resistance.
Which doesn't make sense either. But that's an
his mother.
Topic.
Yeah, I was gonna say, well, his mother is a actual fire person, so her body does have it.
Sure.
So that does lead to it for him, which I forgot what his father's is, but it doesn't lead directly to that. But for Endeavor, it also makes sense. He just doesn't have the constitution for his quirk. Quirks don't always match up with people. even for his children,
I'm not
their different
accepting
quirks
Endeavor.
don't match up.
Endeavor is the one in the series. I'll even get behind Onomatopoeia Manga Man. I'm not getting behind Endeavor's nonsense quirk. We'll get into that another time, though. That's the one quirk in the series I refuse to accept.
I was going to say his actually makes the most sense, especially when you look at his kids who got his constitution. The only one who didn't was Shoto, who got his mother's constitution. And he's the one that's fine for the most part. But even he has limits on how far he can go with his powers also.
I don't know. Listen, I'm just saying, if Cementus is literally, if it's not just that he looks like he's made out of cement, if Cementus is made out of cement, that is his skin, that is his organs, he's just cement all the way through. Cement is a non-living material. It's normally,
except in the world of My Hero,
normally. We cannot be saying normally. There's not magic in My Hero. Cement is a non-living. We are not saying normally.
So we're saying that creating things out of her body is fine that are non-living materials, but the cells in a body changing into a non-living version of that material isn't?
It's okay. Do we think Cementus, when he was conceived, was he cement or was he human material? What are we saying?
I was going to say most quirks normally, as the show said, manifest for most people around 4. Now, sometimes it can be earlier, like the first baby that just glowed of light when they were born and cried, because that was just a thing. So ideally, if we take it as 4 as the standard for everybody until we know differently, Cementos looked like a regular, normal human child, and at 4, his body mutated, like X-Men when they go through puberty, into the form that you see today.
Well, but would this apply for heteromorphs?
Could also apply for heteromorphs, who I would imagine follow under the same rules where they can either be born looking the way that they are at birth, such as the first quirk baby that just radiated light, or their body could shift by the time they're around 4, and then their body morphs into whatever form they are.
I don't know. Maybe that's just my brain not computing that, but I feel like they should have the structural anatomy of what they would have when they're born, rather than their body changing into it.
In our world, that would be realistic, but in their world, again, it's a world where bodies and physics are vastly different from what we already are aware of and what we understand. Body changing when a quirk manifests, quirks are physical, so your quirk could physically change your body in different ways.
Okay.
I would probably say, in my personal opinion, I'd probably say the more humanoid-looking heteromorphs probably were born that way. Like, I could see Shoji being born that way and Koda. And I would probably say those that have more physical tails like Gang Orca or Spinner were born looking more humanoid, and then their bodies shifted over the years as they got older.
Sure. I mean, that makes it better, in my opinion. I'll give you that. I don't know. I mean,
that's
I don't
just
even know
going
how
from what the story tells us.
Where does the mutation come from? Because that's not a thing that could be a mutation.
Well, see, they don't know where quirks came from. Quirks just seem to happen roughly about 200 years ago or so. So from there, they understand some about quirks, but again, they don't know everything about quirks. It's only been 200 years, which would just be about the oldest generation with those quirks would have died out about, say, at worst, about 100 years ago, 100 to 120 years ago. So they're only about 5-6 generations in with these quirks. They know a very short basis. And even the people that are making things up and trying to figure it out, those theories are changing, like the quirk doomsday theory, changing, singularity theory, ever changing, because new quirks pop up all the time and newer generations are getting stronger and stronger.
But like, exactly,
you saw Bakugo as a kid; he blew shit up as a child.
So ignoring
you basically give a 5-year-old explosives.
Ignoring Overhaul's diseased rat theory for the origin of quirks, even though I think it's plausible, but there's no basis for it. It's just a theory. But it was written in the story for a reason. So it's at least it exists as a very strong possibility. But ignoring that, let's just say it is wrong. there are still a ton of other scientific quirk things in the series. Like you're saying, the doomsday theory, the singularity theory. The fact that All for One is always talking about how the cells store the memory of the quirks in it, and you physically see how that plays out in the series at multiple points. They're doing a lot of science-y things with it, as if it's rooted in a real-world science. And regardless of rats, it does seem as if the explanation for quirks are that they are mutations. So, how do we get a mutation to where it's something that was never even in the gene pool in the first place? Cement was never in the question to be a mutation.
I mean, in the same way that sweat turned to nitroglycerin, or a person's body can physically manifest and create things that shouldn't exist within the human body. I mean, when you get into a world where almost anything is possible, you don't know the details of how that happens. They don't even know how people's quirks totally get handed down, because children can have quirks that completely differ from their parents, or quirkless people can have a child that has quirks. It could be some shit in the water. It could be something that was in the air release. Nobody knows exactly what it is. They just know that it started. And from that point, 80% of the world has it. And it's a worldwide phenomenon.
I feel like it's different, though. Because it's not just that. Because, okay, the sweat for the hydroglycerin or whatever, sure. But that's like a chemical reaction that is coming from the body. Same with Pinky. She's able to make acid from her body. But that's coming from the materials in her body already. You know, like Full Metal Alchemist, if you've seen that series, it's using the components of the human body, the stuff that's already there, and it can just do whatever it wants.
It's modifying
mix and mingle, interact. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But and I'm even fine with Cementus being able to make cement from his body. You know, like humans, we can make salt from our sweat, etc., etc. Not saying that salt's literally a part of us, but we can't be salt. We can't replace our skin cells 100% with salt and be alive. Like, salt isn't living. So I understand it's not the real world. It's My Hero where this does exist, but Cementos, sure. He can make cement, he can manipulate cement. I think manipulating cement is going a little bit farther than he probably should. He just has telekinesis randomly, which I don't think that should be a quirk either. Same with the mind control, arguably. I don't know exactly how that works, but either way. Like, I feel like it should just be, like, controlled from your body, just like Pinky, or just like I forget the name of the girl, but the other girl who, like, makes metal out of her body. You know what I'm talking about.
What you're saying is you think that all quirks should be something that physically comes out of someone's body.
Based on the scientific rooting they're going for, and I'm assuming it's real world science, which is why they're bringing up cell memory and all this other stuff in the first place, I feel like it should be grounded in that if they're doing that in the first place. So again, Cementos, sure. He can make cement, he can control cement. I don't think he can be cement. At least not fully.
Understandable. From what I can remember of his powers, he can create and generate cement and manipulate the cement that he's creating. So he can, like, move it around.
Yeah.
I don't know if he can actually take cement that's already stored and change it. No, he can make more.
Well, he can, if you remember. Oh, unless he just has cement, like, stored underneath, like, everywhere. But, like, he's, like, making cement come out in the road in front of him, not touching the cement, but it's just coming out, like, 5 feet in front of him, or whatever. You remember?
Cool. I thought that he just had to basically push it out of him, and it could be wherever he wants. And if he's touching it, it counts. Then he can control it, which honestly isn't too different than a NASA controlling the winds like Storm. He can control winds from a distance with telekinetic wind powers. He can just do the same with cement that responds to him.
Who's NASA? I'm sorry?
NASA is the wind user from Shiketsu,
the
one that hates Todoroki.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Big, bold, and bald, him.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, I'm just structurally changing the foundation of My Hero at its core, but, like, maybe that quirk shouldn't exist. I don't know. That one's a little bit more okay-ish, depending on how she's doing it. Same with the sweat nitroglycerin explosion. I feel like there's some sort of chemical reaction compound that could maybe make sense. I feel like it's explained somewhere, but I'm not a science guy to know it for sure. But I feel like if they're going with this basis in real world science, they shouldn't be doing the craziest absurd things. Make it to where my immersion's not being broken. It's just skirting the line. It's stretching what I could believe is possible without making it overly jarring, to where over time maybe you can push that boundary more and more to where you can get to these more ridiculous things later game, but not just from the get-go if you're going with the science explanation as well. That's like almost wanting your cake and eating it too.
Well, I'd always say, remember that this isn't the first generation where new people just have quirks. We're 200 years plus in at this point.
Yeah.
So these quirks have had time to not only mature, but also mutate even further into the things that we see now.
That's true. But again, those mutations have to come from somewhere. I don't know what the origin source is for cement. Like, at some point, some mother must have went to town with some cement. That's the only explanation I can realistically conceive.
I was going to say, that's because you're thinking of it in the traditional sense of DNA, like between two humans, when there's a quirk factor involved, and we don't know enough about the quirk factors at all to begin with. We can only speculate about those.
I mean, that's fair. I mean, unless you're going to say that, I guess it is possible that that one scientist guy or whatever, or just any scientist at any point in history off screen was just like doing DNA gene splicing to where he literally infused cement into someone's DNA and then they went on to have a child or something. I could see something like that being an explanation, and that would be more fine. I mean, I'm not a scientist, so I'm not going to question it. It probably realistically can't exist, but in My Hero, I could be okay with it existing. But the way
I was going to say, the explanation is that quirks themselves create what you actually have. So the quirk itself is changing the body on a fundamental level. And much like X-Men with mutations or the Inhumans with Terrigen Mist, how that's done on a detail isn't broken down to the point that it's something it's very much like science at the beginning of the turn of the century. There's ideas about it, and there's little that they knew about it compared to what we know now.
Yeah, we don't know the specifics, but we know the range. The range is just the science explanation. So let's just say it's options 1 through 10. We don't know which of those possibilities it is, but we can point to that range and say it is going to be one of those options. So I just, the cement, I'm always coming back to the cement in this case. It's just
I was going to say, in general, it could be, but then you look at two people who don't have quirks, who might not have had quirks ever in their family for generations, that have a child that has a powerful quirk all of a sudden. Again, by the standard rules that we've already set, they wouldn't know how to figure out how that quirk manifested, because it wouldn't manifest probably at birth sometimes. And even manifesting a quirk late isn't unusual. It happens. Because even for Deku just accepted that Deku for all through middle school didn't have a quirk, and it manifested when he was going to high school. Which, while they questioned it for a moment, it wasn't like it was something that they harbored over it or harped on. It was like, okay, well, you're a late bloomer. You got your quirk late. So that means that quirks can manifest from birth all the way up to 12, 13 years old, 14 years old.
Yeah. I mean, there are very, very rare diseases in the real world cases to where, as an example, one of the diseases, one person was but their body was solidifying into a tree, essentially. Not like exactly literally, but there was like a case. It was very deadly, obviously, and it wasn't their entire body, again, obviously, but it does make sense how that can happen based on the explanation if you like ever look that up. But the material's there. It's technically possible through mutations. Not that some mother went to town on a tree. I'm really loving saying that tonight, but that it's within the realm of possibility, because all that material's there. It's still organic matter. It makes sense as a mutation because it's like a side effect. You're treating, what is it when you get the flu and you treat it's symptoms. It's a symptom. It's a symptom. Yeah. It's not the thing itself. The thing itself is the weird chemical reactions interacting in this way. The symptom would be the tree manifesting out of that human body. I can see the same for the quirks, which is how you get to the quirks as you were describing. But the quirks themselves still come from a mutation, which still has to be rooted in what's genetically possible for a human.
Yeah. But I was going to say, then again, depending on how powerful these mutations are, it can completely change how a person is. And the human body technically has a very wide range compared to most other animals. We pretty sure humans in general have the widest versatility among any animal on planet Earth, just from not just our physicality, but even in some bodies, such as there are people that can survive up to like, I forgot what it is. It's like 20 degrees below zero and not have their heart rate change or not be affected with hypothermia. Their body has just adjusted to that and adapted to that environment, where there's others who can be in extreme heat for extremely long periods of time where most people would die from it, and they're not bothered by it, and it doesn't bother their heart.
Yeah, I mean, those people are just beasts, like the top 1% freaks of the world. It's the freaking warrior soldiers out there. That's not their body adapting over time. That's them somehow breaking the mental barrier, like they're Lee opening the 8 gates to somehow be able to. It's the same people who can meditate and through their breathing technique alone increase their body temperature to like 110 degrees. It just doesn't. It's insane.
I was gonna say the human body has a lot of different things it can do. Yeah. There's the sleepless elite, which are people that can basically subsist on like 3 to 4 hours of sleep and can go from dead sleep, REM sleep, to battle ready alertness in less than like 60 seconds. Yeah, exactly. It's wild. It should be impossible, but for some time their bodies have just adjusted to do that. In My Hero Academia, quirks are the symptoms from whatever mutations that are happening that allow it to happen for all these other people. And that's just the way it seems to work for most of them.
Yeah, I mean, yes, the human body is very adaptable. I don't know if it's the most adaptable of the world. Not that that's not believable, but like I have no idea on that. But I mean, it's technically believable based on what I know. But like other species like fish, they can only survive in a pH of like 3.4 to 3.5, and anything out of that range, they just instantly die. When the entire range of pH is like 1 to what, like 17? I don't remember science. We taught that at some point. But yeah, it's a ridiculously small range, and that's just pH. And there's 1,000 other factors that can vary for other species as well. But please go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say it's much like the planet Earth. It's the only planet we found that we can actually subsist on. And the requirements for it overall, when you're thinking about a planet, are very exacting for it to actually exist the way it does. Which is wild that it even exists, because we can't find another planet that's even remotely like this anywhere in our galaxy. And it just happened that this planet is the exact distance it needs to be from the sun to not burn the fuck up, not to also be too cold. It can move so it can shift and has its own weather patterns. It has its own moon so it can create different tidal patterns. The planet is fertile enough to be able to sustain multiple types of life, which create to a nice food cycle. It's the 1 in a billion place that we found that we exist as life. And as far as we know, we've existed for technically we existed for a while. We existed for like tens of thousands of years, but we exist. But even that's only a fraction of how old the planet is. And we just got here, basically.
Yeah. I mean, I agree. The Earth is very versatile in that regard. It's able to sustain a ton of different types of life. But we're mostly looking at humans here. Correct me if I'm wrong. In fact, I don't think this should be a thing in the series at all. I think he should be human. But the president of UA is the only thing in My Hero that is canonically not a human. Canonically, the president is a mouse who got a quirk.
He is a mouse that was experimented on. And has extreme genius and high IQ. So he's the president of UA. Which, in all honesty,
only one,
if he's that genius, well, what I would think of, he's just the main one that we're aware of. I'd imagine there are other beasts that were experimented on, especially knowing the world. There's no way that America wasn't experimenting with quirks on rats and all types of other people. Yeah. There's no way that doesn't happen. And if America was doing it, every other probably big nation was also doing it. Canada, France, the UK, everybody was getting in on it. every place that has their own top 10 for heroes definitely was experimenting with quirks. Just because people with power want more power.
I agree. Yeah,
So nations with power and governments definitely wanted to have more power.
If that was the explanation for Cementos and Manga Guy, I'd be more okay with it. But if we're just saying that they're humans that impossibly mutated into cement or paper, or manga paper in particular, as opposed to normal paper, they're specifically manga paper. Come on. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. I was going to say, it does seem to be very influenced and it's very funny, but look, I mean, ideally, Comic Man, because that was the character's name, Comic Man. Funny as it is, that's the quirk that they have. So as the world has presented them as a real person, for each of the characters, I normally try to think how they would exist or how I would feel if I existed as them.
Yeah, I agree.
And also, I love to see the way that, as they say, quirks not only affect your physicality, but it can also affect your mental, which is why they have quirk therapy, which is a wild concept to think about, that you need therapy to understand how to manage your quirk.
Yeah, I thought that was I talked about that. I thought the quirk therapy was an allegory for, I'm missing the name right now. Let me just look up therapy so I can find the exact name of it so I don't butcher what it is, because Toga does it, conversion therapy, if you've ever heard of that. I think it's an allegory for conversion therapy. I could be wrong on that.
Oh no, I don't think it was for conversion therapy. I think it was more for, I added it more towards the idea of therapy for to take a terrible example, therapy for people that are pedophiles who find children to be romantically attracted to them. Therapy to get them to understand those feelings and be able to control those urges. Because for Toga, she could have had quirk counseling, quirk therapy overall, but for hers, they probably did something that was more along the lines of conversion therapy, if I remember right, where hers was that they were basically harming her to make her to have a negative reaction to her feelings, which would explain why she was so fucked up. Which also would fit for rich families who would do something like that and make it an allegory towards gay conversion therapy, where they're like, no, we're just going to pray the gay out of you. No, we're going to electrocute you until your brain hates the idea of thinking of this and stops you from doing it.
Yeah.
Which I think hers was more for trying to get you to understand your feelings about your quirk and the urges that it has. So that way it doesn't just overwhelm you, for example. Because I know for her, she used to, anything that she loved, she wanted to drink its blood because she was attracted to it. And so she took that attraction as love and just wanted its blood and started just drinking things' blood, which is cool if one, the thing gives you the blood voluntarily, or two, we could fucking just buy you some blood. You don't have to take it from the living creatures and the things. But also Shiggy's, where his skin was cracking because it wanted to destroy things, and the cracking and the urges was it manifesting his own quirk at a later age of him wanting the pressure, making it want to come out to kill and destroy things.
Does that happen? I didn't realize that happened.
Yeah, for Tomura in his house, he was itching, which he still scratches himself.
Well, yeah. I thought that's why his skin was like that, is because he was just scratching it, not because it was naturally doing that.
Oh no, that was from his quirk manifesting, the panel where it's beginning to manifest and he's about to snap. He was scratching feverishly at himself.
Well, that only leads to the theory that it's because of the scratching rather than the quirk.
Yeah, I was going to say it could be that, but it's also one of the things, it's kind of like when he finally released it, he doesn't have the urge to scratch, which is why current Tomura hasn't had the urge to scratch himself since season 4, I think.
Well, I thought it was a mental thing more than a physical thing, but obviously the two things are connected. But I don't think it's just using his quirk in general. I think it's almost a control thing for him, in my opinion.
Yeah. I think it was the lack of using his quirk, which was building up the urge to itch and scratch at his own skin. And so when he used it, which when he had like his quirk awakening against Predestro and all of them for the Metal Liberation Army, after his awakening, I don't believe he scratched himself since, especially not in like the way he used to, where he used to always just sit and scratch at his face.
Yeah, the scratching's definitely one of the most interesting aspects of this character. I have a lot written about that somewhere else, but yeah, probably come back to that at a different time at least.
Definitely true. It's a very interesting thought.
Yeah. It is 4:17. I don't know how long you wanted to go for, but
well, I do want to answer Space's question that we had
yeah.
about the whole 1A and 1B switch before I go.
Of course.
But technically, I also, with my second job, will be working third shift. So I was also staying up to try to make sure to get myself used to being up this late on a regular basis.
No problem. Okay, cool. It sounds like you're good to go.
Yep, good. To make sure to answer Space's question because Space has been waiting and I don't want to let Space down.
Yeah. Yes, he has. Okay.
Patiently waiting, which is appreciated.
I guess we could transition into that now. So, all right, let's talk about My Hero Academia and what would happen if Izuku was in Class 1B instead of Class 1A. How would we rewrite the series with this in mind? Did you have any ideas, or do you want me to start?
You can go ahead and start. I had some ideas. I'm just trying to make sure that I remember them correctly in my head.
Same, yeah. That's kind of okay. I'll start.
I was gonna say, if not, I can go with mine because I do have the idea because I know who I wanted to switch out, who I thought would be a better fit.
Ooh, okay. So one of the aspects I wanted to tackle this from, because this is basically an entire series rewrite. It's almost, I want to say, fan fiction because it has to change so much that it just alters the bones of the series itself. But trying to keep things intact as much as possible. How would we do it? The way I would write it is I would keep pretty much everything the same at the beginning. So Deku's origin there. You have Bakugo, he saves him from the sludge monster. You have All Might, he comes, gives him one for all. You get to UA, he meets Ochako. Maybe not, depending on how you make things work out. But he does the test. He eventually gets to Endeavor's test. Not Endeavor. He gets to Eraserhead's test. I always confuse those two because they start with the same E letter. But he gets to Eraserhead's test and he completes it. But because he still damages himself, Eraserhead's going to let him be a hero, but only under the jurisdiction that he goes to Class 1B instead of Class 1A. In fact, this is where I'm going to have a distinction between Class 1A and 1B, because they're doing a thing in society to where there's like a hierarchy. I'm going to have it be to where it's going to play with this discrimination theme a lot more heavily early on. Not necessarily in terms of heteromorphs, but in terms of quirks themselves, especially leaning in towards Shinso's mind control quirk being villainous, to where I'm going to have it be to where Class 1A has the more desirable quirks when it comes to being a hero. So that's going to be led by people like Bakugo. In fact, I think it should be led by Bakugo, who should be the class president, as opposed to Lita in this case. But Lita has the elite quirk, like in Genium. He's able to help people. Ochako's in Class 1A, etc., etc. I would have a lot of the less desirable people, the bottom of the barrel, just like Black Hero, who are the Black Bulls, the jokes heroes, who want to be heroes, but they have less desirable quirks, such as Aoyama with the naval laser, stupid belly button nonsense that he got from All For One, gave him that quirk, really? Oh my god.
I mean, naval laser has been effective so far.
No, we're not gonna pretend like he's comparable to Bakugo or Shoto. All For One could have gave him anything, and he gave him that. Come on.
I mean, he could have gave him anything, but would you give a kid like that after you met him something powerful? He got a pretty powerful one.
My traitor, I do. Maybe invisibility, a quirk that helps him be a traitor. I don't know what the naval laser's doing for All For One for Aoyama, but whatever.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's just not. I mean, it wouldn't fit that kid, so he's just not that guy. He's
If
gonna
I'm a
stay down no
Razorhead,
matter
I'm
what.
flunking him on the spot, bro. I don't care. Get
I
out of
mean,
my
I would
school.
agree with you. He wouldn't be in class 1A for sure.
Exactly. So I'm getting rid of him. I'm having him being in 1B, and I'm also going to have Mineta be in 1B as well. From there,
Mhm.
unless I'm forgetting anyone in 1A who probably should be in 1B, like, actually, no, the octopus guy, Shoji, he could
Shoji.
be, yeah, Shoji can be in, also, Koda as well. They can both be in 1B as well. In fact, because they're heteromorphs, I can more easily play into that theme as well. Just because they're
Mhm.
going to be on screen more often. Likewise, you could also maybe argue some people in 1B could be in 1A who have more desirable quirks, such as the leader of Class 1B. Arguably, he could be in 1A, because he just can copy any quirk that's just freaking OP.
Oh, he's not technically the leader. He's not the
yeah.
class president.
There you go.
Well, you could make him that.
Yeah, well, there you go. Yeah, you can do that for sure. But I would like it if Deku might be the class leader to compare to Bakugo, who's the class leader. So they're both the leaders of their class. Not that that has to be the case, but I feel like that would be very much so along the lines of Black Clover, to where you're establishing a very similar relationship between Asta and Yuno in that series, if you've seen Black Clover. I think you've mentioned that before.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what I was going for, it to where Asta and Yuno, just like Bakugo and Deku, they both apply to become wizards in this case. They're applying to become heroes, go through the same course, and they're being filtered into where there are certain categories where society thinks they would best fit or belong or whatever. So Asta, he's going to the Black Bulls, the lowest of all the Black Knight. What is it? I guess the Wizard Knight. I think
the Magic Knights.
The Wizard
Yeah,
Knights.
the Wizard
That's
Knights.
ridiculous. Ridiculous. Yeah, the lowest of all the Wizard Knight teams. He's going to there. Asta, the main character, as opposed to Yuno, his rival. He's going to the very tippy top, the elite. In fact, Black Clover does do the class discrimination hierarchy, elite versus country bumpkin type of dynamic very well, in my opinion, where they're very much so establishing that rigid hierarchy. I think you could do that for My Hero, since it does have this class system, in my opinion. Not just in terms of becoming a hero, which already you need to become a hero if you want to use your quirk legally in the first place, which gets into very interesting stuff, especially with like city versus the backwater country, to where the city would be a lot more business oriented, to where they would probably hire people based on their quirks and how favorably they could perform their duty, such as like a construction business. They would probably hire Mount Lady if she wasn't a hero, as opposed to a hard-working Joe Schmo, like the laundry machine guy. If he wanted, no, they're gonna deny him because he's a laundry machine, not based on his physical appearance, but he just can't complete the task based on his quirk, compared to someone with a quirk. So I think there's levels of hierarchy in society itself, not just being a quirk, that they could definitely play with here. And also the fact that civilians are relying on heroes to solve problems, as opposed to the Dark Hero arc, to where they take it in their own hand. They're going the exact opposite route. They're going too far in the opposite direction, as opposed to Season 7, to where they're supporting the heroes once again, where they should be, being humans who go out of their way to be heroes, even if they're not officially licensed, taking that stress off the heroes. But I definitely think they could definitely play with aspects like that, in which case you can establish even more of a dynamic between Bakugo and Deku, especially going into that first exam. You could just have that be Class A versus Class B, the like Season 1 episode like 6 or 7 or whatever, to where they're fighting the heroes versus the villains. Maybe in this case, all of Class B can be the villains and Class A is all the heroes. Maybe that's just the way society just wants to see them anyways. I've been talking for a while. If you want to start your rewrite and or comment on mine, please feel free.
I was going to say, actually, a lot of what you said is similar to those, except for me, I wouldn't just take Deku out. I'd take 6 people out of Class 1A. Okay. It's Deku, Aoyama, Ojiro, Tail Guy.
Yep. I agree.
He doesn't fit with the power structure of there.
100% Tail Guy. 100%. Completely agree.
Shoji, Mineta, and Hagakure, the Invisible Girl. Cool, you're invisible. Anybody with night vision or heat-seeking vision, you're done. Your whole power is done. So that while that's cool, it's not gonna really stop anything. So that's my 6 that's out, and the 6 I would replace them with. I'm definitely taking Ibarra, the girl with the green hair from Class B.
Yeah, the Vine girl, she's my personal favorite.
Yeah.
I love her from Class B. That she is my favorite in all of the things there.
Right. Vine girl is definitely in. Kamui, the mushroom girl, she's the fucking because she's broken as hell. Monoma has to be in because he's also a broken character who fits better with powerful characters versus with lower powered characters.
Real quick, if you go to the My Hero Academia tab and you go to pinned messages and you go to Space's most recent pinned message and you scroll up from there, he posted every single Class B student just for ease.
Ooh, that would help me a lot.
Exactly. Yeah. So when I was going through this personally, what I was doing is, outside of who I would move from Class A to Class B and Class B to Class A, personally, I think Vine Girl, she's strong enough. I would move her to Class A. Similarly, you could maybe have Shinso be in Class A, but depending if you want to keep the villain quirk aspect, you could keep it in Class B. But a lot of these characters, I think, parallel one another very well. Some of them not in universe, some of them in universe. For example, I forget his name, but Red Riot versus the Steel guy. Obviously, they're both hardening quirks, and they fight one another, and they're having a rivalry based on their quirks, and Class A wins out in the end over Class B, if I remember. They might have tied, but I think, at least in the long term, I think Class A won in that regard. But you could definitely do a thing there. Personally, what I would do is I would have it be to where Class A has the stronger quirks, but they have the advantage in that regard, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're the best at being heroes outside of their quirks and or with their quirks, as opposed to Class B, which I think you could do almost like a talent versus hard work theme, maybe, to where Class B, they're putting in the effort. They're genuinely doing their best, as opposed to Class A. They could be a little bit more rich elitist snobs, maybe not, but I think you can definitely play with it. I mean, look at Bakugo. He could be the spitting image of what Class B or Class A is like in that regard, as opposed to Class B, who has to like rise up above that in order to overcome that in some regard. Again, similar to Deku, who overcomes Bakugo's bully even as early as season 1, where he's standing up against Bakugo, who's bullying him, and he's even fighting back and literally beating him. So I definitely think that Class B can have the weaker quirk, but they can be a ninja, the move behind the move, to use their quirk to their advantage to overcome the strength of Class A. For example, I think Deku versus Shoto Todoroki, that can be pretty much the exact same way, with a heavy reliance on this aspect to where Deku's looked at as the underdog because people thought he was quirkless. Now he just has some random quirk, as opposed to, oh my gosh, it's Endeavor's child. Oh, he has both fire and ice. Oh, he's the best kid of all time. He's automatically from birth the strongest with his potential. It's insane. As opposed to Deku, who was born quirkless or whatever. I think they could definitely do something there. A little bit more than they do. But
oh yeah. I was going to say, overall, I think it's kind of broke. You're also going to hate this. I think that the comic guy, he belongs in Class 1A. Because of his ability to do massive scale damage. Like when he does his onomatopoeias, they can take up like damn near whole blocks. So he can drop buildings, for lack of a better word, on people. Very good for vast destruction, and I'm a big fan of that. And I think that's the type of thing that would work well as... For me, it'd be taking it that these are going to be more in the whole idea of which of these heroes are the type that we can put out there as the future top 10 heroes. And so those would be the type of guys that I have. So I have Vine Girl. I have Mudman, who does the softening of the ground and the mud stuff. Monoma, who does the copying of quirks. The little short guy with the goddamn Dragon Ball Z enhancer, Shota, who does twin impact, where if you hit something, you'd have it hit again, and it hurts even more. I think that's a pretty dope-ass quirk to be able to have. And that feels more like a 1A quirk. And then Manga is the other one that I put out there. Oh, and then Vanta Black, the Shihai Kukuro, that guy also would be in there because of his ability to be able to jump into all the shadows. And especially I'd see him and Tokiyami becoming friends because of their love of the black, instead of them being kind of rivals as they were in the show.
Yeah. Well, as strong as his quirk is, I would keep him in Class B for the sole reason that Dark Shadow, whatever his name is, what is his name?
Tokiyami.
Tokiyami, thank you. I was thinking Toriyami, but that's Dragon Ball. So Tokiyami, yeah. Yeah. So I would have a lot of parallels between these characters. So if we just go through every character in Class B, first of all, who's the tape guy? Tape Elbow.
That's
in Class A, right?
Yeah, he's in Class A.
Yeah, I would probably keep him in Class A.
Yeah,
but some of
I kept him up there. But see, I moved him to class. I'm switching out Invisible Girl for the Shadow guy because they can be opposites. With her quirk, when she used to manipulate the light, she can basically cancel out his shadow and make him drop out. So those are where I kept the opposites for those two, but I also wanted to give him somebody to buddy up and pair with, so that way they can also be stronger, but they have the same weaknesses, which is the light.
Yeah. So I was thinking about it in multiple aspects when I was thinking of this rewrite. The characters themselves and their characterization, to be fair, I don't remember exactly their characterizations or how they would behave or act or their actions or decisions at multiple points in the stories. But it's at least a consideration. But then you have the literal quirks themselves and how they would pair up with other dynamics in the series. For example, as ridiculous as this is, Vlad controls blood. He has blood control. Man, who'd be the perfect person for Vlad to face off against in the series? Toga. Okay, so somehow we either change up the characters themselves to where you give Vlad's quirk to someone else. You just swap him and like one of the girls. Or you just have Vlad fight Toga alongside one of the girls who would fight Toga. But like, Vlad would be
I was gonna say his blood control only works on his own blood.
Hey, Toga's whole thing is blood. I don't care how they do it. Just match up the obviousness of certain quirks, and then you just figure it out from there.
I was gonna say, if anything, that actually puts him at a disadvantage because his blood going out there to fight, she's gonna use his blood and drinks it, and then she has blood control.
Well, but at the same time, it's his greatest strength and his greatest weakness. It's kind of cool. His offense and Toga's desired thing. It's kind of cool.
I'd say that is one way to put it, but that would be as a pro hero, like how they said about the different matchups of how Kamui Woods wouldn't go against Dabi because it's a bad matchup. As a pro hero, I feel like he would know better than to go against somebody who wants blood. That'd be like him going against Stain. Cool, you hit me with your blood, I licked it, you're frozen. I'm gonna kill you now.
I mean, it could also be a thing to where it's just the first fight, to where they're acknowledging, oh man, how could I get her as an opponent? She's the worst person in the world for me to go against. Oh, it's such an uphill battle. Like, they could do a thing like that.
I would be so mad if they went that corny with it, like, oh no, the one person I can't do anything good against is standing right here, and there's nobody else to deal with this problem but me.
I mean, a lot of series do that. I think it works out usually. Oh, it's the worst person. Like, especially if the villains know that and they're purposefully teaming them up in this regard. That's what Kabuto was doing with the Edo Tensei. So
yeah. Now, I would say that ideally, if it came out to it that she searched him out, that would be great. Or if anything, what I would say is that she could be, because we already have the brother-sister trope, she could be technically his daughter that he didn't know about, or that ran away and is now back and is excited to have his blood. You could have them related in some way. I'd be fine with that. Or could be that was his niece, and the last he knew was that their home, that she just disappeared. She was sent off into the system. And now he sees her again and it's like, oh. And she's like, Uncle Vlad. And he sees the teeth and is like, wait. That could be cool. I could deal with that as a thing.
Okay, that's fair. What I will say is I already know who I would swap out Vlad's quirk with, because I don't want to do this for a lot of characters, but Vlad in particular, I would just have him because I'm going to keep Vlad the same. I'm going to have him be the teacher or whatever, but he's not going to have the blood control. He's going to have the beast quirk. which is a different quirk from Class B, wherever that.
I remember him, Shishida.
Shishida, yeah. Right here. Yeah, so I'm just gonna have this be Vlad's quirk, and then Shishida is gonna have the blood control. From there, you can have Shishida fight Toga as one of the students. That's getting a little bit closer to Ochako. Or you could have it be the Froppy dynamic, to where it's like the secondary character that's gonna assist Ochako.
I would say that would make a lot more sense than the pro hero. I could accept that way easier.
Okay, that's cool. Okay, so just going through some of these characters, because some of them I wanted to mention the parallels to Class A people. Some of these pictures, I don't know what these are. Is Weld. Yeah. Weld was really OP in my opinion. I don't understand. I think some of these quirks either shouldn't exist, like he wasn't thinking about how they interact with the village, because, like, this dude touches Shigaraki, bro's done. He touches All For One. What does he do? All For One can't move anymore. It's like it's at the atomic level is nuts.
Yeah, but see, it's not that he fuses the atoms together. He fuses something to something else at an atomic level.
But think about
so you can
how
put
OP
like
that
a
is.
chain on. It can be very OP, but the downside to it is that combat-wise, he's like a regular person who can do this thing.
I know.
So him going into a dangerous
he,
situation would get him wrecked.
But we're looking at how these heroes are fighting these villains in the end, especially how they're paired up. If they were just smart and All Might and Eraserhead and Endeavor and everyone else who decided on all the plans, they just decided to put this dude in the coffin in the sky, and he's just like riding Miriko like a backpack, and then Miriko grabs Shigaraki and holds his hands together and or to Shigaraki's chest or something, and bro just gets his hands welded to his body. He's done. He can't do anything. He can't decay anyone anymore. You don't need Eraser to erase his quirk anymore. He can't do anything.
Yeah, but to his degree, he also has super strength, so he could just, and regeneration, so he just rips his shit off and then regrows him back.
Listen, Ace, the atomic level, there's only so much he can do.
Well, I meant more that from a simple idea. It's like if it's the same idea that if you are grabbing his wrist, if he's strong enough and you don't let go, he can just literally rip his wrist. He can do the Demon Slayer thing. He can rip his wrist off, rip his hands off from his wrist, and then regrow back the rest of his body almost immediately, since his regeneration is so high. Well, all you did was give him a moment to have to adjust, but it's the type of thing that only would work once, and it would only work temporarily for a few seconds at best.
Okay, but it could be a move. If we're going to keep Eraserhead erasing his quirk anyways, he doesn't have super regen. If Miriko just gets his hands on his throat, and his hands are welded to his throat, he cannot rip his hands off his throat or he will die. It's that easy.
Yeah.
Come on.
But you're also going to get somehow that from the strength that he has that's comparable to All Might, he's going to somehow to get him to put his hands on his throat and weld them together.
I don't know. I think it's like, bro wasn't
and he's
trying. He was not.
And he's going to survive actually next to or in the same area as Shigaraki in any capacity.
I mean, they thought they were going to beat him anyways. Why did they think that? Because Deku was going to be there? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, ideally, had Deku been there from the start, it is a far different battle.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. But
what I don't think is that they put into account is that, one, they weren't prepared for the twice Dead Man's Parade, and two, the container they had just wasn't strong enough to contain that level of power. But it's the best they can come with on short notice. Ideally, you'd want to have something that can at least withstand blows from All Might at his peak.
Okay. Yeah, I see that.
And the coffin in the sky wasn't that durable, even though it was something they could constantly rebuild. You got to constantly rebuild it quicker than they can destroy it.
Yeah, I feel like they didn't really play with the coffin in the sky concept as much as they wanted to. Like, the electric barrier was just there. It's not like anyone ever hit it. I don't think. Maybe Shigaraki hit it once, but I feel like they really didn't play with that. And then especially the decaying the ground. He did it once at the beginning, and that tile was replaced, and then they just never addressed it ever again.
Well, yeah, it was the type of thing where Shigaraki realized that it wasn't effective. Just like touching electricity, it was too much even for his body to take because electricity would fuck up his nervous system, so he can't really use anything when he touches it. And as for the tiles, they were designed that whenever you tried to decay one, it would just pop into the air and a new one would be made. So he could keep trying to do decay, but he was also fighting fairly elite team of people designed to try to keep him down and specifically picked to deal with him. If they weren't attacking him, he could have time to do it, but with all of them attacking him and his quirks being erased, it was just much easier. Honestly, I don't know why he didn't go to it immediately. It's much easier to kill all of them because they're not trapped he's not trapped in there with them. They're trapped in there with him.
Yeah, obviously he wanted to kill them all anyways, especially since he figured Deku was coming and would see them all in the state anyways, but I feel like there was so many ways out of that the series didn't address in the most obvious ways. Oh no, they're gonna replace the ground when they bring it down and then bring it back. So if he just stands on the tile that they decay, he can fall down and go kill everyone down there.
I was going to say the tile gets flipped up into the air and then a new one is replaced by it. So whenever he would try to basically use decay on a tile, it would springboard into the air, get fired up into the actual coffin towards the ceiling in the field, and then a new one would replace it underneath.
Sure. So he does that, then he's just going to decay the power pole that's moving it up and down in the first place. He just go down there.
In theory, he could, but he'd have to touch that pole, which is just being fired into the sky, which was it looked like be more of a pressurized thing than an actual pole or hermetic pump. It wasn't like a floor piece that was being shot up and then the floor was there. They would create a new floor panel for that spot using creating, which is also wild to think of how much she must have been putting out in that battle to keep creating all the shit they destroyed.
Yeah. Well, plus the fact that the quirk was just disabled anyways, almost immediately. The floor plan wasn't really necessary. They were just throwing it in there as a cool extra thing, but they never really did anything with it. But I wish they did because it was a really cool concept.
Yeah, well, I mean, ideally, I think that you have to show that there is something there to make sure that if it should happen, then you have a plan for it, even if it's a temporary one, because you have to imagine at some point, Eraser and Monoma won't be able to keep it up, but you have something that temporarily should work long enough for them to get their erasing quirks back on and be able to stop them again. Yeah, which was a clutch idea to have, instead of Eraser, who can't keep his quirk going constantly because of his damage, have Monoma copy it and do it, which works perfectly.
Because obviously I like that Shigaraki was just going after the people and just wasn't concerned about the battleground itself. But to an extent, I wish that he felt the need to overcome the circumstances the heroes created to make them despair all the more. And so either out of necessity or desire, he would try and find some way to defeat the coffin in the sky before the heroes. And or the coffin in the sky is actively holding him back, as opposed to passively by having him not do one of his abilities, which he already couldn't have done anyways because his quirk was being erased.
Well, overall, I think that once he kills them in there, with his pure strength, he could just beat through the actual coffin in the sky.
But that's not, he couldn't sit. That goes against the point, though, because at that point, there's no one left to fight. I feel like he would want to do it when the heroes are trying to use it to take him down, rather than just something he knows he can destroy.
Oh, the game at that point was to murder those actual people, so that way when Deku gets there, he can make sure that he's enraged and he can then defeat him and take one for all and all for one all together and be ridiculously overpowered at that point. So killing them in there was the easy part. So that's the part that he wanted. Getting out was never going to be his problem for him.
If we want to go that route, which is canon, to where he wants the heroes to be killed just for Deku to see them, as opposed to wanting them to despair in their defeat rather than making them give up or anything. I mean, he basically is in a way getting to that anyways by saying, you guys are idiots. I have the body of All Might. It's disrespectful for you to even attack me with an attack of that level, as if you think it's gonna work when you know it's not because I have the body of All Might. How dare you do something like that, undermining my ability? So I feel like to an extent he would want to prove himself to these heroes that just clearly aren't getting it. All right, let me get it through your thick skull this way, through force if I have to. I'm gonna make you despair by proving you wrong, by destroying your stupid coffin that you're so confident in. Because he's annoyed that they aren't giving up, and that they're still trying to win.
Yeah, but it's annoyed more like these are gnats. And ideally, murdering all the gnats is going to get him the ultimate goal that he wants, which is also what One For All wants, but also what he has the desire to get. And the way that One For All fights best is by tilting his opponents. Same way that he beat All Might originally. So the quickest way to tilt somebody like Deku, who they've researched and know about, is murdering his friends and people while he wasn't here to save them, is going to make him lose his shit. And when he does, that is when he will be at his weakest, because I will be able to exploit him at that point.
So I completely agree. My only problem with that is I feel like the Shigaraki All For One combination fusion thing should feel different from pure All For One himself, since we're seeing both of them at the same time. Whereas it feels like at the beginning, you could argue it is a perfect combination of the two. As the fight goes on, it becomes more and more clear. It's just that All For One is more or less taking over, and Shigaraki isn't really behaviorally there at the moment, as opposed to later on. And again, I think it's completely fine they do that, because later on, when Shigaraki does come out, and he's Tenko or whatever, he's purely Tenko and All For One is gone, and you need to see the difference there. So that's why they did it, but I feel like if they're doing this, I feel like they should still show the difference between the Shigaraki All For One combination from All For One himself, whereas it feels like they're just going the All For One combination if they're just worried about doing this for Deku, as opposed to just screwing over the villains because it's also Shigaraki. Like, if anything, it should be both.
I can see them having that idea, though, with it being the way that it is, especially for Tinko trying to get around All For One. Most villains, especially somebody like All For One, they're at their weakest at the moment when they think that they've won. So when he thinks that he is getting full control, and the more control he seems to have, the more he gets engaged with that, and the more he's focused on the fight with all these little enemies, when Tinko can realize, like, oh, he doesn't know that I'm doing this right now. He's too focused on these other heroes and worried about what's happening. He can't stop me. And so when I make my move, it's checkmate. It's already too late, and there's nothing he can do about it. And I've now gained full control in this moment. It's lulling them into a false sense of security, so that way you can then take advantage of it later on.
Yeah, that's fair. I'll give you that.
I thought that perfectly, especially as a gamer, I thought that Tinko pulled that off extremely well. He played the game and he played
aspect.
Yeah, I mean, he used those game references from the moment he's on screen, game over, big boss, level up, all those things. So it tracks that that's a core part of who he was as a gamer. So in those situations, he would think like a gamer, like, okay, this is a game. I need to be able to win. Until I have checkmate, I can't let him know that I'm there, because he could stop me if I don't get to the point where he can't stop me anymore. And when he gets to that point, he wins. And it's like, cool. I took over. I won. There was nothing you can do about it.
I'll probably have to rewatch the series then, because I didn't catch all those gamer things, unless I'm just forgetting. I caught the League of Legends one, obviously, because it's just the most in your face.
Yeah.
But maybe I'm thinking of game over, like he's saying it like literally in terms of like real life rather than a game, but it could be a game as well. I didn't think about it like that.
He does it a lot in the first 2 seasons.
Yeah.
And then after he has like his come to Jesus moment with Deku, he shifts away from that more.
Okay.
He mentions it like here and there, but in the first 2 seasons was much more heavier than the last 2 seasons. Or the later seasons.
That's fair. But getting back to the rewrite though. So I'm not saying it should be this way, but in my opinion, Yosetsu's weld quirk works functionally most similar to Ochako. Like, he puts his hand on a thing, and it does a special thing. Similar to Ochako, so I feel like there could be a parallel between these two characters. I'm going to say that for, like, a ton of these characters. If we just want to go quickly through all these characters and see what all they do.
Yeah, I was going to say a lot of them can have parallels, but I also wouldn't set them up so much as parallels, but I would set them up as ideally the hero course and more the sidekick course, which is kind of stealing from Sky High, the Disney movie.
Yeah.
Those that have quirks that look like they would be out in front in the middle of battle, the Bakugos, the Shotos, the Idas, and then having the more support style people that could also be helpful in limited capacities but don't have the same capacity. Like Ojiro is the black belt with a tail who basically has 5 limbs, can beat haul ass, whoop the whole bunch of low-class villains' ass. I don't see him doing shit with anybody in the League of Villains. I don't think that that's ever something he could really handle. Maybe Toga, but even so, Toga's skill in a battlefield is hiding behind other people. I think that she'd easily catch him off guard.
Well, hey, I already had my plan for Ojiro. So actually, I was just going to combine Ojiro's quirk into the quirk awakening and or whatever the word is for whenever your quirk gets extra strong. What is it? What did Coda do?
Yeah, awakening.
It's
yeah, when you have a quirk awakening.
Okay, I thought that was like a new quirk. Like, for example...
oh, no. That's just what it's called when your quirk jumps a level. So like when Bakugo learned to basically use his explosions all over his body, that's just a quirk awakening.
Okay. Well, since Gyrate is being described like a drill anyways, well, what is a drill? It's metal. It'd be really cool to have this be the third Raikage, basically. You just give Gyrate as the quirk awakening to the metal guy, and so he has not only defense, but now offense, and that's how he competes against the Class A Red Riot. Isn't that cool? It's up to metal anyways.
I was gonna say, but see, what I thought for Tetsu is that he actually learns that not only can he kind of make himself metal, but with enough focus, he can intensify his metal in the same way, kind of like his hardening. Except the difference being is that he can absorb the heat a lot better. So he can get heated up by, like, say, a Todoroki or whatever, hold that heat, and he can hold that heat with him, turn his defense into offense that way. Also with cold, where it could work in the same way with extreme cold, but that makes him more brittle by comparison.
That's fair. I mean, I think something that could be really cool is maybe he can, like, focus the metal in that regard, where he's, like, condensing it into his hands. It's like a risky maneuver. It's like Kawaki with his limiters and 2 blue vortex. He's switching out defense for extra offense, because we can even have it be to where Tetsu, the reason he lost this fight with Red Riot, or it might have been a tie. I don't remember. Which one was it?
It was technically it was a tie, and then they had basically an arm wrestling match, and Tetsu lost.
Okay. What I would have it be then, you can keep that the same. Tetsu realizes his defense is good. Rather than continuing to focus on his defense, he's going to conquer his wall by building up some kind of way to have better offense. So not that he doesn't think he should improve his defense, but that he realizes he should have some kind of way to be able to take down his opponents rather than be able to just tank their attacks. So that's what I would do for his character development, etc., etc. Tetsu just has Gyrate as his solution to his fight with Red Riot. That's how he's going to overcome Red Riot in the end. At least narratively. But I thought that was a cool way to do that one.
Yeah, I would say that's not a bad idea. For me, I had a moment where I was thinking about the way that mine would be, because I said that they would start off that from season 1, they would have class 1A and 1B training together. But it would be more in the whole idea like, okay, here the all-star class. All right, you're the support class, or the hero support class. Instead of just being heroes, they would be the sidekick class, or unofficial sidekicks, because that's a whole title and a profession you could have also. And I would also have it whereas that Vlad would see being a sidekick as an honor, even though he was a pro hero, but he would say that he started as a sidekick. And many heroes started sidekicks and blah, 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 and kind of speak that up. But I would also like it that the attack, when it happens to the USJ, I would have it be more villains, because while they had a lot of minions there, most of them didn't seem to show any quirks, which I thought was weird for a world that has 80% of the people with quirks. You can find quirked up criminals. They're in every movie opening. You can definitely find some quirked up criminals that could do some things. But I would have had them out there. And the thing is, while I would have had I would have had it that 1A ended up dealing with all of the minions, but I would have had 1B actually take on Shiggy and the Noble and all that, and not win, but find out that when they work together, they can do enough to slow down those people until like the all-stars of 1A come in and kind of help with that and help push back. And then the heroes show up. And when they were like, oh, it's great for 1A, it was like, then Bakugo would have to admit, technically those nerds were already fighting back. We just came and tried to finish it off. And have that be the moment where he has to start to acknowledge that even though he's in 1A and Deku's in 1B, Deku becoming like a leader of 1B and them following him changes him to make him focus on less about his class being other trash, but that he needs to get his trash up to par to make sure that they don't fall behind as a class. Because individually, while he might be great, he also wouldn't want to let his class lose to Deku's class because he would take that as a loss also. So then he changes where he becomes like Monoma, who'd be in his class and probably be the hypest about this to prove that he's the best and that they could do this. Which I would see them be rivals in Class 1A also as friends, same way that Deku, as I would see his main rival that he would have. I actually had him having the main rival with the Jiro guy Beast, Shishido.
Okay.
Because of his quirks allowing him to physically get stronger until Deku learns to master enough of all for one. They would be probably the closest match physically for each other.
I mean, at that point, I just have Muscular be his rival.
See, that would be if you add all the way into it. But I figured that same way that he watched Bakugo before, he would watch a lot of how the way Shishido moves and copy a lot of that movement and style throughout everything.
Okay.
So that way, Deku could still be observant, but he's observing other people in his cast to learn. And then he always knew how Bakugo fights anyway because he's seen Bakugo his whole life.
That could be interesting for sure. Yeah. Okay. I think it'd be really cool for this as well to maybe have it be to where Class B feels a lot more unified as opposed to Class A, who are all sort of on their own. They don't develop strong relationships or friendships or bonds with one another. Almost more selfish, personal, out for their own interest or gain. Especially Bakugo, who, again, it's pretty obvious he doesn't want to get close to people. But I feel like Class B can have that camaraderie. Not to say that Black Clover does that with Yuno's golden... What's their name? Golden... something. Golden Squad. The Gold Knights. Whatever they are. Golden Rise. I'm looking this up. Golden Phantom. Golden Swan. What is it? Yuno... Black Clover, Golden Dawn. It's Dawn.
The Golden Dawn.
Golden
That's
Dawn.
Correct. Golden Dawn.
I was thinking Golden Swan. I was close.
Not too bad. I was thinking it was some type of animal too, but I was like, why don't I remember what animal it is? Like the rest are fairly easy.
Yeah. Okay.
That overall wouldn't be too bad of an idea. And I wouldn't mind that idea, but I think that having that season 1 being Class 1A versus 1B, 1A being the heroes, 1B being the villains, when they do the initial hero training, having the same kind of matchups, having Bakugo realize that Deku has some type of power that he never realized, still having that same issue of feeling like he was getting played this entire time by Deku, playing in his face. And then at the end, when things are actually serious, him realizing like, oh, they really are. They're not as trash as I thought, especially because he would have went to gather up and help out all of his people. And when they get there, realize, oh, as a team, they work better than we do as a team. We get in each other's way still. And then having that be the crux of season 2 of them learning to work together. Though Bakugo also learning how to be a leader without actually losing his shit.
Yeah.
I think it would all work together to be fairly good, especially with the little conflicts that they would have. And the sports festival coming up, that would be excellent to have and see them all together.
The
And then
sports
you can still
festival,
have
especially since you're having another thing of Class A versus Class. I mean, this is really Class B's whole introduction anyway. So yeah, definitely the sports festival would be huge for the focus of the story here. How they compete against Class A, stack up against them, especially now. But what was I gonna say? I was gonna say, oh yeah. So part of that could even play into Bakugo when he loses in season 1 against that first exam against Deku. Part of it can be just like it is in canon. Oh my god, I lost to Deku, that quirkless loser from my childhood. Ugh. But then the other part of it can be Bakugo thinking he's this high and bright, whatever, elite Class A student. How could he ever lose to anyone in Class B? Those underlings? Oh, Deku is looking down on me? That Class B guy? Like, they could be doing that as well. That they could play into that. It could also be pretty cool if the teachers watching the fight are like, huh, this is weird. Class A are the heroes, but they're not really working out there. But these villains from Class B, they're supposed to be the villains, but they're almost acting like the heroes in a way. It'd be kind of funny if they do that. It is the beginning of the series, though, so they don't need to have that strong relationship yet. You could have that dynamic as early as there, but I feel like it could be something to just build over time, whereas Class A doesn't. Or at least they could do it later on compared to Class B. But yeah.
I definitely would agree with that as being something that I would add in there, because there's a lot of great details that can be added in that same way. And a lot of the same story beats can still be hit the same way, and actually might even hit a little harder. Because Space was putting text over here in the chat and had a great idea about the idea that even during the camp training, Red Riot still asked Izuku to join the team to rescue Bakugo, but some of 1B denied the idea of Izuku going because they know that Bakugo was nothing but a bully to Izuku. And in 1B's views, Bakugo is still an arrogant bully, which to me, I technically understand why Bakugo is that way. And one of the things I always say is that Izuku, even though they still argue and have issues over it, he even understands it, because while Bakugo calls him Deku, Deku is the only one that calls him Kachan. And while he might curse him out, he always answers whenever he calls him. So there's still a level of us there in some way, which I respect, which is actually kind of rare for most people, I think.
Okay, yeah. I mean, definitely.
But
like
I think
that
you
they
can still have a lot of
Kachan,
those
Deku name for one another. It's really cool.
Oh yeah, why he gave it to Deku out of kind of spite, and he turned it into a strength,
Exactly.
which he respects. Kachan is a childhood name, and as I said, while Deku might get shit from Bakugo all the time, there's never a time in the show that he calls him Kachan and he doesn't answer.
Yeah.
He
and
might
no one
curse him
else
the fuck out
calls
of
him that.
right. And nobody else
called
even
him that.
remotely says it. Not even Kirishima, who fucking basically sleeps with him every night. Nobody says it. Yeah. None of the Baku squad says it. That only he can call him Kachan, because he's the only one that's a childhood friend, and that means something to him still.
I completely agree. In fact, that's the exact comparison I used when I pointed to Boruto 2 Blue Vortex chapter, I think it was 21, that came out, where Matsuri was calling Konohamaru-chan. I was using the Bakugo Kachan example to point to that, to explain the Japanese context there for why that's very important.
Oh yeah, it's a massive difference. Somebody calling you a pet name, a nickname like that, that's only done by the closest people to you. Yeah. Which one of my favorite mangas, Negima, has that, where the teacher is a 10-year-old boy, and he calls the former teacher by his first name, and the whole class gasps and clutches pearls, because how dare you be so close to our teacher that y'all can just be on a first name basis, and it's okay? There's nothing weird. Which is like, okay, we don't know who this kid is, but clearly our teacher, who we love, is known by him so much that he just calls him by his first name with no honorific. There's no nothing, just his name.
The best example of this that I have seen in a non-Japanese anything is an American animation called Pork Chop and Flat Screen, I'll just pull up a real quick clip. So let me go to the series. So this is from Emizy Okafor. Shout out them. Dope creator. I love this person, this channel, everything about it. But if I go to playlist, I go to Pork Chop and Flat Screen series. In order. Shout out in order. Let me go to, I'm gonna guess episode 4. Random guess. Let's see if I'm right. But there's a nickname between one of the characters. They start off, they fight in episode 1. They have this like a frenemy rivalry relationship. And like she's treating him like a dog, like an animal. But then also because their friendship, it's like a very cute thing as well. What's in episode 4? Let's see, episode 5. Actually, it might be a little later. Yeah, but generally the character is the main character called Mai. And this is the other character here. Okay, yeah, it's gonna be right around here. Let's see. But she like refers to him by like a puppy name, and like he accepts it. It's actually she, but very cool. So I'll just play from here. I'll play it muted because I'll also play with a red filter because I got a copyright strike last time I played this, but whatever. Here's Arf. Episode 5 is leashed. It's kind of cool, but I don't know where she says the puppy thing, but she definitely says it somewhere.
I feel that, and at the end, the Arf making them.
Oh
like,
yeah, here
okay.
At the very least, it's there. That's what the main character looks like as a dog, and this series is very creative. It doesn't use words as its dialogue. It always uses pictures. Well, for the most part, but you get the idea. But it conveys, it conveys information like this, which is very cool. And so
I get that.
So whenever they refer to characters, like by their names or whatever, they'll just use like a chibi picture of their face. But this character consistently uses the dog. I cannot find a single instance of this in this episode. But that just means I'll go to a different episode. And it'll be right there.
I can fully feel that. But as it is extra late for me, I do need to call it a night because I do work in a few hours.
I did not know that. Okay.
I'm running a D&D day camp this week for children. So I have young kids that I'm going to have to entertain for hours on end while sleep deprived.
Well, if it makes you feel better, I used to work at the Boys and Girls Club.
You know what? You understand the glory and the pain at the same time.
Unbelievably so. Yes, I do.
But yeah, I also do agree with that idea, Space, that if it did change and it was only just the one character switching out, Monoma would be the champion of 1B and be the main person to always stick up for Deku compared to Bakugo. To the point where Deku would probably be apologizing, saying that it's not like that. And then on the same side, Bakugo would probably take offense to that because he think that Deku was dismissing him instead of just trying to be nice about things.
I completely agree, yeah.
So yeah, I think that would be an awesome one.
That'd be cool.
So as much as I enjoyed myself, I do got to get going. Any final things to say before I head out?
Of course, I can't forget. Thanks for coming on. It was definitely a blast having you for the past 6 hours and 50 minutes.
You know what? It's fine. It's a good time. Adios. See you, Space, and I'll see you guys next time.
And anyone who wants to see Ace anywhere else, it's in the description at Ace Overton on Twitch.
Much appreciated. Catch you guys later.
All right. Thank you for coming on. All right. So, catching up on Space Chat really quick. If it's not there, it was here. Also share some of my ideas, so I would still keep Monoma in 1B because he would understand Izuku, since for both of them, people didn't believe they would be heroes. Also, Monoma views 1B and himself as side characters. I completely agree. In fact, that's very cool. If Bakugo is viewing himself as the main character and views Deku as a side character, when in the literal story itself, Deku is the main character and Bakugo is a side character, as funny as that is. But I think that'd be a really cool dynamic to play with. It's like a gag in Martial. If you've seen Martial Magic and Muscles, they have a character that's like that, but it is played up as a gag. In this case, Bakugo could be treating it seriously. It's just main character syndrome, basically. Could be very cool to play with that dynamic. For the love interest, okay, here we go. You can do whatever you want with that. I would just make the love interest a girl from 1B, since I do want it to be different. Interesting. So there's multiple different angles. First of all, addressing the elephant in the room, how do you even do this rewrite? Because, so everything's just going to happen in Class B instead? The UA invasion, it's gonna be when Class B is training. Season 2, Class B is gonna go train. Nothing really different with the rest of Season 2. With the tournament arc or staying. I guess you could just have it be a field trip or whatever there. Just follow it along. Is he gonna go after Lita? Is it Engenium who's even hurt in this case? I guess you could have it be a Class B brother or whatever. But from there, I feel like there's a lot of other things that are a little bit weird. Like, do they fight Toketsu or whatever the name of the other school is? Do the villains always go after Class B instead of Class A? It's a lot of weird stuff. Like, why is Class B always the one who's there? But it's fine. It's completely fine. But then again, like, the love interest, you could have it be Ochako, who's in Class A. Maybe Ochako's in Class B. Maybe you just literally swap Class A and Class B characters to where everyone in Class A is Class B. You could do it that way. At which point you just have the exact same story. It's just they're called Class B. You just do a couple other themes there, maybe, but either way. You could have it be to where Deku's crushing on a Class B girl. For example, I would love if it was the Vine girl. She's my favorite character from Class B. You could have it be someone who would, like, parallel Ochako. At which point, why doesn't he have a crush on Ochako? In which case, in canon, why doesn't he have a crush on this 1B girl? You could have it be someone new. You could have it be Toga. You could have it be Froppy, even, if you want to do that. You could have it be, one more that I was going to say. What was it going to be? Oh, yeah. The technology girl from Season 2, since people loved that idea anyways. Especially if Deku is going to use technology in this rewrite. In fact, I think it'd be really cool if Class A is relying primarily and or only on their quirks. They don't even want to consider technology because, oh, do you think I can't do it on my own? Look at how Bakugo's reacting to Todoroki being strong. He hates it because Bakugo has to be number one. And so I think it's completely fair that Class B, regardless of Deku being a quirkless hero or not, Deku can still use technology. He has the gauntlets in Season 7. Just have him have gauntlets early on. Just have everyone in Class B use technology. Have the technology girl be in Class B if you really wanted to be. You don't have to have it be that way. But you could just have them be the love interest and just have her be the story more often anyways. That might be the route I go, or the Vine Girl. Honestly, I'm not really looking to My Hero for Deku's love interest in the first place, so it's not really something I was going for in the first place. Space, I do know you did mention a specific character for the love interest, so I'm going to make that work really quick. So just double check it and make sure who it was. Love interest is Noelle in Black Clover. Yes, very headstrong girl, Class 1B. Who's headstrong? Itsuka Kendo! Okay, let's go make it Kendo. Let's go find out the way. Because I did love what you did with Noelle there. Mamba, I'm discussing My Hero Academia. Have you seen My Hero Academia? Would you like to discuss My Hero? I'm doing a What If Deku Was in Class 1B rewrite. Okay, here, real quick. I'm gonna go to My Hero Academia chat. Go back to Itsuka Kendo. Okay, let's see who Kendo is. Oh, hey, here's something about Kendo. Oh, what? How did I get to... Oh, oops. Okay, we're gonna come back to that. Back to the My Hero Academia chat. Oh my gosh. See, now my voice is going to be tired because I'm the only one talking, but it's okay. Stream won't go for much longer because we'll finish off with this. Oh, that's okay. Is that what? Okay, that's okay. It's because that's in the podcast chat. Going down to Kendo. Okay, here we go. Which one is Kendo? Oh, very next girl. Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay, she hasn't got a chance to shine yet. Yeah, okay. Must be more of a tomboy. Okay, hey, love interest for Deku. There you go. Big fist, which allows her to enlarge both of her hands to a gigantic size. Okay, right. I remember. I was gonna have this be someone. I wish I wrote down everything I thought of the first time I wrote it. But I was gonna have her be mentoring under Mount Lady. I thought that could have been cool. You could also have her be a love interest for the tail guy randomly. I don't know. You could have her fight against. I mean, her whole thing is enlarging her hands. She absolutely should be Tomura's villain. That could be cool. She just has dynamics with Tomura, just like Ochako and Toga in this case. This could be like Deku's right-hand man, especially if it's a love interest thing. In the same way, Vlad's blood ability can counter Toga, or Toga can counter the blood ability. You could have it be to where Kendo counters Tomura, and or the other way around. Just have the ability. It's a hand ability. They're both hand abilities. Just have them play into one another. That could be cool. I like the idea. But yeah, that's what I was gonna say for her. Scrolling back up really quick to the praying mantis guy. I didn't really have much of an opinion on what to do with him. You could have him stick with the heteromorph theme. If anything, just get rid of Coda. I don't like the bird dude. This dude's way cooler anyways. He reminds me of a Seven Deadly Sins movie, spiky guy. You could also give this to Red Riot if you want to have this be his quirk awakening. After he saw Tetsu learn the drill, Red Riot learns this as opposed to the cool, cracky... I mean, it sort of goes along with the cool, cracky form that he develops anyways. But I feel like this could be his quirk awakening, so he can have offense after learning that Tetsu did it and got massively stronger as well, to where they both can have that rivalry throughout the series. Physical appearance-wise, he does look like Tokiyami, Dark Shadow, like just in the head shape. So you could have that be a thing, but probably not. I probably wouldn't go there. Yeah, I mean, he's also doing an elbow thing. You could have it be the tape measure elbow guy. You could have it be that rival. I don't know, just random stuff and bring it up. But either way. So someone on Reddit actually made a post about what they believe would be Izuku's squad if he was in 1B. Here's on the post. Kendo shares both lead and Uraraka's role. Okay, yeah, I like what they're doing there in terms of having the role of the other person from Class A from the canon. I like that. Okay. Being Deku's best friend and love interest, that could be cool. I do love it being both as opposed to one or the other. I like it being the same character. Similar to Naruto and Sakura, but in this case, if Naruto and Sakura just got together, I guess. Tetsu being Deku's mentor in physical training. That's interesting. Okay, and I feel like in canon, you could have had Red Riot do that. Increase Deku's durability so it doesn't break his arms. Deku helping to be a more analytic hero. In that case, I'm just going to get rid of grandpa, the dude that taught him the microwave egg analogy thing so that he doesn't break his arms and legs 24/7. You can just have it be Tetsu instead. That could be great. That could be cool. Deku's friendly rival, Yosetsu, shares Shoto's role, being more friendly than both Shoto and Bakugo together. I feel like just because they're not in the same class, they can still have similar dynamics to some of the characters. Like, I feel like, I mean, look at Naruto and Neji. They're in different teams, but they make it work. So I feel like Deku and Shoto can have the same relationship. In fact, you keep everything from Shoto the exact same. I feel like just don't have him on screen when he's not important nearly as much as you do. But yeah, Yosetsu definitely could be cool to be there. Shout out all these characters. Tokage and Kamui shares Tsuyu's role after Deku saved them in USJ if 1B was in that event. Komori helps Deku in his shy behavior while Tokage is Kendo's rival to Deku's heart. LOL. Okay. I like it. Okay, so going back to this though. So the next one's obvious. If this is the Dark Dude, yeah, then just Dark Shadow's rival. Enough said there. To have it be the villainous quirks to Dark Shadow. Or maybe he came from like a poor family, whereas Dark Shadow, his dad was a pro hero, so he just got into UA Class A just from his dad, like, paying him off or something. Or like, oh yeah, I expect you to live up to expectations. Oh, you are? Okay, cool. Don't need anything else. Whereas this dude has to work for it. You could just have it be like that. As funny enough, you could also have this interact with the Black Whips in a way. Maybe he could mentor him on Black Whips. I don't know. Maybe each of it could be a similar thing with to where at the end, All Might fighting All for One, he's using the mech suit and he's replicating all of Class 1A's abilities. Maybe Deku can learn how to master like his 6 quirks or whatever. I think it's 6, maybe it's 5. His one for all quirks from various Class 1B students. Maybe Dark Whips can be learned from this dude. Maybe Tetsu can teach him the hardening or whatever for his punching form. You could probably do some other quirks somewhere else. Yeah, I like it. And then we have, is this the girl that like had the fan club? Let's see. Yeah, the girl that's very quiet, very serious, but true skin is her favorite thing. Yui, the size of inanimate objects that she touches, pressing her fingertips together. So I don't know exactly what role I would have for all of these characters. Maybe this could be Shoto's sister. Yeah, have her be more important. That could be a random thing. I don't know. I would have her mentor under the girl, the teacher pro girl that died against Gigamantia, or whatever his name is. Who was she? Night Shadow, Dark Eye, something or the other, whatever. You get the idea. You could have her be under her. Design-wise, her costume looks kind of like Froppy. She also looks like the Toketsu girl. You could have her be from the Toketsu school, considering she's having the hat. Might as well. Doesn't really matter. She's doing a hand thing as well, so you could also have her be Ochako related in some regards, quirk-wise. Maybe, I don't know. I feel like there's also another quirk somewhere or something that doesn't similar. Anyways, Mushroom Girl. She's probably just Mineta. Like, I hate to say it, but she's probably just the Mineta of this class. You could argue Froppy design-wise, but I think Mineta, and there's other characters that are better for Froppy later on as well. Same for Ochako. Vine Girl, she's just cool. We already went over her. My favorite character. Don't even need to get into her. Just love her. Is this Beast Dude? Yeah, Beast Dude. He's just gonna be the teacher instead. Right, yeah, this dude, he looks like Tento from Boruto, in my opinion, a little bit. Or the computer guy from Hunter x Hunter that does. He looks like a couple different characters. It's kind of funny. I kind of like his design. It's really stupid. But you could have him be like a technology person. But Twin Impact, which allows him to strike targets, then remote. Yeah, exactly. He's like the mine character from Black Clover. The character that sets mines as his magic. But either way. He's also very clearly, obviously, Scouter, Dragon Ball Finder device. Clearly Dragon Ball thing inspired here. Also kind of looks like maybe he belongs in like Jimmy Neutron, if anything. I don't know. After striking, yeah, he does the double thing. He has the Black Flash or whatever. Not the Black Flash, but he has like Yuji's double hit from Jujutsu Kaisen. You know what I'm talking about? This could also be pretty OP if you use it on Shigaraki or whatever. I'm just saying. Yeah, it'd be pretty cool there. Okay. So this person, whereas they could probably most literally parallel Pinky, I feel like she could also parallel Froppy, as funny as it is. I literally sent Cam her design because I thought she looked cute. And Cam agreed. We both agree she like has a very cute design. She looks adorable. We love her. If we could have a plushie of any My Hero Academia character, it'd probably be her. She's just freaking adorable. And like, look, come on. It's just doing the stupid little antler things. Oh, look at the horns. But yeah, what is her quirk exactly? She's also heteromorph if you want to go that far. Horn cannon. Yeah. Okay, so similar to the Toketsu girl, who can do very similar things when she's firing, like, the fingers or whatever, parts of her body. She's kind of like that. You could also have it be to where Toketsu, maybe remove Toketsu entirely, in my opinion. Just have it be a mix of Class A, Class B characters to where, hey, there you go. This Toketsu girl is Class A, that she's paralleling this girl now, so there you go. But yeah, she is very similar to Froppy in design. You could have it be to where she's the Ochaku sidekick, if you want, Ochaku sidekick. You could also, technically, she has a very cute face. She could be like Aoyama. She could be the Aoyama parallel. Oh, there you go. Oh, very stupid, I know. This dude has Froppy's eyes. There you go. There's something. Is this another person who hasn't had the time to shine yet? Oh, I hope I can do that. Oh, it's a backup role. Yeah. I mean, Horikoshi really loved commenting on that. Oh, yeah, is this the extra page as well? Todoroki logging through on his back. Guys, reminiscent of certain giant superheroes. EN. Okay, so Kosei's... Oh, yeah, the solid air. The thing they stopped the Bakugo with. Honestly, this quirk is pretty OP. Like, he could probably belong in Class A if you really wanted to. But I don't think he needs to be. Especially if it's determined by his lung capacity. But this could also work for Ochako. He could obviously do very similar Ochako-like things with his quirk. And so I definitely think you could get something there in terms of quirk, how it actually works. Like he can walk on air or whatever. I mean, he's doing this against Bakugo here. What if instead of Ochako facing Bakugo in this exam for the tournament part later on, it is just him? You just replace Ochako with him. There you go. You can do the fight there. He obviously loses, but hey, Bakugo has reasons to not hold back. He's very angry at this dude. Tetsutetsu, for most obvious, already discussed them. Red Riot. Who is this? Tokage. Yeah, already went over her as well a little bit. Sharp eye for detail. Yeah, the lizard tail. Lizard tail splitter. Obviously, it's not like it's not the tail dude, since it's just the name of her ability. She splits like a lizard tail, which can split. The whole point is the splitting, not the tail. You could have it be the tail guy, but no. I think it is just like the one girl from the other school that does basically the exact same thing. I don't know why they basically just replicated the same thing twice. I also don't understand, because Headphone Jack is like doing this to, oh, she can't get in here. Why would her random bits that are flying all around Bakugo that aren't doing a lot of damage, blah, 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 why would they not be able to fly in between the tape? I don't understand. Like, what? Oh, this will keep Tokage from getting to us. Oh, you know, the thing that isn't actually doing all that much damage, but is annoying? Oh, no. Oh, we can't let her fly. Like, she's freaking Boo, bro. She's Super Boo. Just a billion different pieces flying around doing whatever they want. It's crazy. It's not like she's trying to get in anyways if she's fighting out Bakugo. Why are you even wasting time? Go do your mission. But whatever. I'm not gonna address manga guy. Okay. We're gonna ignore manga guy. Oh yeah, I did read this, by the way. Stupid extra page. It really makes you wonder. Manga guy can just be whatever you consider the biggest joke in Class A to B, so there you go. In a way, you could have it be like Dark Shadow, like technically, quirk-wise, I can imagine it being a parallel to that way. But no, for obvious reasons. Mudman, Juzo. Yeah, also, I'm going to say, for whatever, like, wherever Horikoshi said, oh, man, this person was originally in Class A, I don't even know why I moved them to Class B. You could just have them be in Class A, and just have it be that simple. So I feel like just stick with his original plan for whatever it was, for whenever he says, oh, this person was Class A, but actually, they're not anymore, so, yeah. But Juzo's quirk is softening. That's him the softening. It'd be so funny if he was the Red Riot rival. Oh, you're hard? Well, actually, I'm softening your hardening. Is he normal? Is he extra soft? Is he extra hard still? I don't know where he goes to. But Quicksand, I feel like there is a quirk like this in Class A. But who am I thinking of? Someone that can, like, trap someone. Not Mineta, but I'm thinking of, like, doing a Quicksand-like thing. I think there is someone in Class A. I just can't think of it right now. I mean, it makes sense I can't think of it at, like, 6 a.m., but either way. But you could have it be Mineta if you really wanted it to be. But I feel like there's someone in Class A who's able to trap some, like, multiple people all at once using their quirk in a similar way to this. Similar to the Quicksand. But whoever I'm thinking of, it's that person. Freaking glue, dude. I don't even want to bother, bro. It's so stupid. I mean, are there any robots in Class A? Like, what do you want me to say about this, dude? Some of these characters just don't work. Okay, I remove him from the series. That's my Class B rewrite. He doesn't exist. I mean, comic book guy don't exist. There you go. Monoma. He could be Lita. He's just a copy guy, which is really cool. Very cool. The 5-minute time limit as well. I love what they do with him in the finale, so keep that the exact same. In fact, Eraserhead specifically is going to Class B, asking for their help, as opposed to Class A. Or at least they're getting both in, whereas in the past, Class B would have been like an afterthought. Now they're treating them as equals here, going into the final fight. Maybe even going to them first, but no, I think probably just equals. You don't want to do the opposite of the problem, being just as much of a problem, so... Yeah, just equals would be fine, rather than an afterthought or Class B involving themselves. It's the pro heroes going out of their way, asking Class B for help. But Emily, her poltergeist quirk, oh gosh. I mean, she could parallel Shinso if we're having Shinso be in Class A. But yeah, whoever you consider to be the most creepy character on Class A. Manipulate nearby objects. Yeah, literally just telekinesis. But no more than the total weight of a single person. Yeah, this was weird because it's Ochako, because no more than a weight of a single... I was thinking about that because didn't you say Ochako's quirk is like, in season 2, a weight limit of like 3,000 pounds, but hers is like 100? So I think Ochako could be a cool parallel, especially if she doesn't have to touch the object, whereas Ochako does. That could be a cool, like, limitation between the two. The weight limit versus having to touch it for Ochako. So this could be a cool parallel, but obviously I don't think she would, outside of that, parallel Ochako very much. I don't think she'd be like a good person to go against Toga randomly. Like, she just doesn't scream the emotional type, so... she does kind of feel like Tokiyama. I feel like I only know like 6 Class B characters and the rest I don't really care about. Like, maybe just randomly parallel Headphone Jack. Headphone Jack should probably be in Class B. She's not that strong. You can have Pinky be Class A, but you can have the other girl that makes metal also in either class. I don't really care. Maybe she could parallel that person. She looks like it in terms of demeanor. Oh, this is a Chinese person. He's actually very cool. I really like his design, I will say. Very, very cool. Not a fan of Winter. Oh, right, because it makes his quirk different. He has a very cool design with his face mask as well. I don't know why he covers his eyes, but scales. Grow tough scales all over his body to launch his projectiles or use as armor. So I figured he could go up against Spinner. I feel like that could be cool. Obviously you have the other defensive people already. And he's not a heteromorph, but he is from China. So you could do something there for some other foreign thing, if there is other foreign things in the series. Can't really think of it. I guess Star, but obviously he shouldn't be at that fight. He could do things in the first My Hero Academia movie. Hey, there you go. You could also have Chinese influence on the series instead of sticking mostly in Japan. We do get glimpses of the rest of the world later on, but mostly in terms of politics on what they're going to do when All for One takes over. But hey, maybe through this character you can get China's perspective. Could be pretty cool. Especially Deku's perspective of this character. Like, what does he think? Oh, he's Chinese. Oh, I want to be friends with a Chinese person. I don't know what Deku's going to think. Let's get his thoughts on the rest of the world through him. Finally done. Okay. But no, I definitely like this dude's design. I think it also, in a way, goes along with the minefield guy that does the traps, or like the double that I compared to the Black Clover dude that does the magic where he does the mines. Whatever he is. But yeah. I mean, that's what I think in general. I know this wasn't much of a rewrite, but more how I would compare the two if I were to do it this way. But I mean, what other events even are there? Like, how do you even like make it work in regards? Like, I feel like I went over how I would basically address a lot of these in series, because a lot of it doesn't change. Mirio, the Vermilion guy, whatever, he's not in Class A or Class B, so that doesn't change. I feel like I covered the dynamic pretty well. You can still have Bakugo's apology, maybe even much sooner in this case. I think in general, a lot of people don't like it being so late anyway, so I think it's fine if it's sooner. I don't know when, probably after Season 3 at the latest, at the end of Season 3, maybe early Season 4. I wouldn't have it be Season 5, Season 6. I would just, Season 4 is Season 3, really. Probably after Deku goes to save him. Maybe even before then. Maybe it's during the camp thing, which is why they go to save him. But yeah. That's what I would do for that. And just the dynamics there, I think, could be very interesting. I would definitely do a way more with the vine hair girl, because she's just freaking cool, bro. But that's what I think of that. But I know you have a lot of thoughts on your own. So let me go see what you said here. Okay. Next post we're going to read. Okay, thank you. Yes, because that would have been annoying to find it, but I found it because of you. Now, Bakugo and Izuku's relationship here would be definitely different. Not only would Bakugo... Okay, so I do want them to be friends way earlier on. I think it would just be cool. And if Bakugo is a little bit less crazy as well. Not only would Bakugo still view Izuku as lower than him, since one... Yeah, I agree. So at the start, it would be more intense than it already is. Later on, it would be less intense than it already is. Sooner. There is also the fact that Izuku would most likely share his backstory, not the One for All stuff, to his class. I was thinking that as well, because you could have the idea that maybe Deku feels uncomfortable or like he doesn't belong. Like, that could be his reason for leaving in the Dark Hero arc, because it's not just that he lied to his classmates about, oh, I have All Might's quirk, I have One for All, but that he doesn't even feel like he belongs in Class B, because if the rest of the world knew, they would have categorized him as Class A. Because it's the most desirable quirk of all time. It's the most OP thing of all time. Oh, man. I feel like I'm letting down all of my classmates who are putting in the effort to make their quirks worthwhile, whereas it's usually useless quirks. In fact, maybe you could have Vermilion, since his quirk was considered useless at first, to be from Class B. He just, like, graduated or whatever from then. Or he's in a future grade or whatever they're doing there. Definitely do something there. But in terms of this, I think that totally works, because Class 1B would come to him later on and be like, you're right, Deku. Your quirk does make it unfair, and you do stand out as above the rest, and you don't need to work as hard. But you're doing it anyways, because you're not in Class B because of your quirk. You're in Class B because of your mindset, because you want to put in the work despite your quirk. And even then, even though you have the most OP quirk of all time, it was still useless unless you made it useful, because you had to work to make it useful, otherwise you would have just broken your body. And so, you're not here, Deku, because of your quirk. You're here because you have the heart of a hero, just like the rest of us. You know, and like those Class 1A snobs. They wouldn't say that, but you get it. Also, I feel like this point, 1A would have been changed to where they would have figured out that they were wrong earlier as well. Personally, for me, I would have probably had that after Season 2, after the tournament arc. But yeah. Personally, for me, I would have Izuku be the only 1A student to be in 1B, because I find that more interesting. Yeah, I think that's completely fair. I feel like that's the most honest way to do the rewrite in the first place. But I was thinking about it in terms of, okay, if we're doing that, what core themes of the series do we change and or focus more on and or add? And I figured the discrimination stuff, I figured it's not handled much in the first place in comparison to where I would like it to be. I would lean more on that. With that being the case, how do you frame or shape the series around the discrimination theme, with Deku being in 1B, having these two connect in this way? I think, obviously, you just have it be the more desirable versus less desirable quirks, in which case, you would look at 1A and determine who should and shouldn't be in there to get to that idea. But that's how I was thinking about it. I do say this, even in canon, 1B quirks doesn't have powerhouses like 1A does. Exactly. But obviously, Mineta is literally a joke. And screw Aoyama, I never liked him. He can be 1B. Doesn't really make too much of a difference. But yeah, I definitely think Mushroom Girl could definitely be the Froppy character. You just assist everyone, if not Mineta, and just have them be rivals or whatever. But if Mineta's in class 1B, then obviously it wouldn't work that way, so it would have to be Froppy. If not, then the... whoever this is, Tokage, she could be Froppy. That'd be just green hair, frog-like eyes. Froppy! But then at that point, Kendo... I mean, I was thinking it earlier anyways. Funny enough that it's the love interest and best friend, because she looks like a girl Bakugo in many ways. Different hair color, but in every other way, it's just screaming girl Bakugo, which is hilarious in that regard. Cam would love it. He looks really cool in the anime. I'll give him that. Kosetsu. One of these days I'll learn their names. Well, Tomura could just adapt. So like I said, an idea I have for Izuku in 1B is that their main adventures will be the movies. Yeah, you were saying that. 1A still... It's funny, I did come to the same conclusion earlier as well, with the Chinese character. 1A still faces the non-school arcs like they did in canon. For Izuku in 1B, their non-school arcs will be the movies. And yes, this is kind of an excuse for me to mention the third movie. Okay, I like that. That can be cool. Yeah, so just making those movies canon in the sense that they're in the manga rather than stated canon and referenced. They're literally, in this case, in the manga. Just like the Momoshiki arc in the Boruto manga. It's just the first 10 chapters. I think that could work. That could definitely be really cool. Yeah, because I would like them to go to America Class 1B. And then Movie 2 doesn't really... In fact, Movie 2 just isn't different, because you can just have that be with Bakugo still. Movie 3, the obvious of the quirk singularity thing, discrimination factor there. That could be very interesting. Movie 4... I think for the most part could stay mostly the same. It's about going against the Dark All Might anyways, and all those other side fights. That's fine. We're here is the whole theme. Instead of I am here, it's we are here. And you could still just keep that with Bakugo and Todoroki for the final fight with Deku. And obviously those cool other movie original characters. But everyone else could be a mix of Class A and Class B. Or just Class B. So I think that could work for movie 4. I believe each 1B girl can have an interesting dynamic with Izuku. I mean, the pony girl could also be a love interest. She's just adorable. Yeah, I think Izuku would like it. If anything, it might remind Izuku of his mom. Iris, Lisa, what is it? You know, you say it all the time. But... And honestly, one route you could go is that Bakugo never finds out about One for All. Never. Never is crazy. Also, his friendship with Izuku isn't repaired if you want to do that too. Yeah, I know, don't worry, gamer. Don't worry, I don't worry. I was thinking the opposite route, to where it's fixed earlier on, to where they're the leaders of the class. In fact, maybe because Deku becomes the leader of the class, if we're doing that, if it's not Monoma, if it's not someone else, whoever parallels Lita in this case, if it is Deku, that could be part of the reason that he's starting to respect him earlier on. I'd also think the conversation with All Might after that first test between Deku and Bakugo in the middle of Season 1, that it's sort of a humbling situation for Bakugo. Anyways, he doesn't accept Deku after that, but he starts to begin that path of understanding. And so you could just have that path be a little bit quicker from that moment onwards. I mean, All Might's his #1 hero who he looks up to of all time. He might as well be the guy to make him go down that path. So I think from that moment onwards is where it would really go. And then Bakugo would hear that, oh man, Deku fought off those villains at the end of Season 1. It's almost like Konoha with Naruto, to where gradually over time, they become more and more accepting, up to the pain arc, to where they just love the guy. Not a single one of them roots him off, or gives him up to pain. In this case, Bakugo, over time, he's just going to gradually hear about the things that Deku does, eventually culminating with either before or after he saves Bakugo in Season 3. But you could have Bakugo see what he does against Todoroki in Season 2, especially if that's the final match, is Bakugo versus Todoroki. Bakugo knows that's the guy who Deku fought and who made him use his firepower. I think they're already doing that anyways. Bakugo's like, oh no, I don't want to defeat you that easily with my Hell Diver. What's the move? Howitzer spin combo. Cool move. The move that he developed for the tournament. I think he just one-shot Todoroki with that, if I remember, because since Todoroki was out of it. Well, did he even fight Todoroki? I don't remember who he fought, but I think he should have been like fighting Todoroki. Be like, Deku made you use your fire. I want to make you use it too. But then he just doesn't do that. He just wins. Stupid. That's the reason the villains go after him anyways, but I think that could be a thing to where Bakugo fights him for real, and it is a tough fight, and maybe he can still win in the end, but he realizes, man, Deku fought this guy? Oh man, I'm really respecting Deku after that. And he can hear that, he sees Stain on the news, so he would be like, oh man, Deku fought that guy? Wow, that's crazy. It just keeps going from there. Even at the end of Season 2, whoa, Deku held off that dude at the mall? it's like all these things eventually build. Like, how's Bakugo not Deku's #1 fan by Season 3? It's crazy. But, I mean, you could just have that respect since they were childhood friends anyways. But, yeah. If you have this react, it's similar to Black Clover, then at first glance, which 1B girl reminds you the most of Noelle? So I do like the idea of Noelle for a 1B girl. That's what I was saying, like, first and foremost, is I don't really remember how these characters are characterized. Don't really remember their behaviors, how they act, their general moods, or whatever. So it's hard to compare to Noelle because I'm just mostly going on appearance and quirk and how I think that would interact in Class 1A. But then also the villains and how to parallel there. So that's mostly the aspect I was looking at. Obviously just remembering what I remember, as well as Horikoshi's blurbs that was written down. Like, I think, yeah, it was Rei who had the fan club because she's a silent, mysterious girl. So maybe she's like, well, first of all, I do think there's one girl not a specific girl, but I think one person in particular, and it could be a girl, who thinks that she belongs in class 1A, and as the series goes on, she hates being in 1B. She's very she could be the Bakugo parallel. She just hates everyone around her because she doesn't accept class B. The fact that she's in there, she doesn't think she belongs there. In fact, it could be why she has a relationship with Deku, because Deku, in a way, maybe feels like he doesn't belong in class B either, but for like the other opposite reasons to her. Yeah, no, I think that she would be the Bakugo in this case. She'd be the one to explain to Deku in the Dark Hero arc. She would be the one to be Bakugo in his role in that arc. I like that. I definitely like that. So she thinks she belongs in class A, but because of her quirk, rather than her work effort, her work ethic, she has the work ethic of a class A student, but not the quirk of one. And she thinks that she's strong enough, but I guess Eraserhead doesn't. And I guess you could say that that's part of her immaturity, which is why she would be in class B, but that would just fuel her frustrations more to keep her in class B. But I definitely think that could be like the Bakugo parallel there. Whoever you want it to be. Maybe Kendo, since you were saying her. I think that could work. Yeah, maybe she threw the baseball farther than anyone else. I don't know, just a random thing like that. But yeah. I think that works. In terms of Noelle, whoever thinks they just are the most royal, maybe Aoyama, who's in class B. He's a freaking Nepo baby, bro. Freaking rich parents. He's got a beautiful face. It's like, he might as well be this person. Because, I mean, that's Noelle's whole character. She is in the Black Bulls, the most disrespected bottom of the barrel, lowest rung of society imaginable. But she comes from this royal clan, or whatever. So I think Aoyama could work there. But then at that point, I would just change him to where he's not the traitor, but the invisible girl is. So Aoyama, who is the most prestigious background of all time, he's expected to just by default to get into class A, but if he doesn't, then he needs to, and he didn't work hard, and that's what landed him in class B, maybe, because maybe his quirk is OP in this case, but because of his work ethic, despite having a strong enough quirk, he himself isn't strong, because he just expected to have his life handed to him on a silver platter, just easy willy-nilly, and from there, he just gets into class B because he has that mindset, never trained, didn't get strong enough to where his quirk gave him to bridge that gap enough. So, over time, he eventually accepts that he has a humiliating, humbling experience to where he eventually realizes that, and then he maybe he gets the opportunity to switch to class A, but he realizes what class B has given him, and he wants to stay in class B because that's where he's at his greatest. That's where he can grow the most. He realizes that. That could be a cool character thing with Aoyama. Yeah, I would like that. That feels like Noelle. That feels like Noelle. Royal background, expected to be great, even has a brother who is blah blah blah, the best of all time. What's his name? Noel Silva's brother. It's Mr. Silva. It's, I forget the name. I'm gonna look it up. Brazel? What is it? Noel Silva brother. Nebra, that's not it. Solid, that's not it. Nozel, eldest brother. Nozel. Yep, captain of the squad or whatever. Okay. Maybe Aoyama's brother could be Vlad, or whoever is going to be the beast guy that's the top of the, well, it is the teacher of the class. That could work as well. Or maybe even Eraserhead's brother. Yeah, maybe that could work to where he just thought as Eraserhead's younger brother, he was just gonna just scot-free get through life, and just like Eraserhead's like, nah bro, you're my bro and I love you, but I'm not gonna give you unequal treatment. No, you gotta go through this like everyone else. So no, because you suck, you're going in class 1B. I'm not gonna be biased. I'm just gonna do it that way. That could work as well. That could be cool. But technically, in that regard, maybe you could have maybe it could be one of Shoto's brothers. Probably not Toya, but maybe one of Shoto's other brothers, to where it's not Toya who becomes Dabi, and you can have that be the same, but just any one of Shoto's brothers. I think he has like 2 other brothers. Maybe it just has 1, but I know he has a sister or 2. But have the brother be in class 1B. He is Noelle in this case. That could work. Or even the sister could be Noelle, if you want to have her be the class 1B person. Just the whole families are a bunch of heroes. That could work. I mean, Endeavor would be Nozel in this case, the royal leader of heroes. So you could have just Noelle's brother in this case be Endeavor, and then Noelle be Shoto's brother. And I think that just works. Not only for Endeavor, but also for Shoto and the relationship there, if they're in 1B. I like that. In this rewrite aftermath of the camp training, Red Right still asks Izuku to join the team to rescue Bakugo, but some of 1B deny the idea of Izuku go. Oh, did I reread this? It's Bakugo's nothing. Yeah, I did. Okay. Never mind. Being a villain in the training. Be a little bit of foreshadowing for Gentle Criminal. I feel like, okay, do you think Gentle Criminal works better in this rewrite or worse in this rewrite in comparison to canon? Like, do you think this rewrite would make Gentle's dynamic better, worse, or the same as canon? I could make arguments for any of those 3 options, but either way. You could also say Gentle Criminal is foreshadowing for Izuku's Dark Hero arc. Not really, but kind of. I don't know, in a weird way. Also, I could definitely see Monoma being even more rude to Bakugo in even 1A, because he would know Izuku's past. I think we read this. Amazing and perfect. 1A has an arrogant bully in their class. And in this case, Monoma technically would be seen as right, whereas he just seems as an unhinged psychopath in canon. But if we're going from it from this underdog perspective, that could be cool. Ibara is very religious. I'm down. Be an interesting aspect to play with. They don't. They definitely don't. But they could. I have seen MHA, but I'm going to study. I'm on break. Okay. I feel like these 2 ideas go against one another, but either way. This is the next post. Alright. Now, also imagine in the Dark Hero arc and Izuku going against 1B in this red. Exactly. Yeah. I feel like for the most part it could play out. So how would they catch Izuku? Because in canon they had to do the cool catapult with Bakugo being the finale. So the weld guy would weld 2 people together. Oh, the double blasty guy, he would blast someone to be way faster. The big hand girl could throw someone. Let's see what the glue guy. The opposite of helpful in this case. He slows Deku down with the glue. Oh, there we go. I got it. The onomatopoeia guy. He blasts a speed line to make him go faster. Stupid. But you could have Kendo be the one to eventually catch him. I think that could be cool. You know, we'll give her big hands. We'll have the big hand person catch Deku. That works. I like that. Fanta Black, I guess he plays the same role as Tokayami. So I guess that would be the same there. At least it could be. The girl that splits herself into a million different pieces, that could be to slow down Deku. It could also maybe catapult someone, increase their speed. Or maybe because she's lighter, because she can break herself up to a million different pieces, maybe she can be the one that flies through the air with like no air resistance. Metal guy, maybe he's like weighing either Deku down, that's ridiculous, or he's acting as the weight or even counterweight to someone else flying through the air to add the density so that they don't like slow down, or like so they can keep their momentum, so they can blast through whatever. Like obstacle Deku throws their way or something. I don't know. The person that like interacts with Deku's whips, maybe Fanta Black, maybe he can like teleport into Deku's whips, maybe he can like deactivate the whips. Let's see, what else is there? The girl that can telekinesis gravity, she can obviously play some factor. Maybe she can get rid of the 7th quirk to fly or whatever. Just stop Deku's ability to fly. Anti-flight, I don't know. What else is there? What else is there? I think that's most of them. But maybe we can come back to that. One way to have the discrimination be more the focus in this rewrite is making the quirkless discrimination actually canon. I don't know what you mean by canon. It's like episode 1, it's like the thing. It's like, yeah, guys, let's make Naruto the bottom of the class canon. Well, he was his origin. Maybe we could see it from more people than just Deku, considering it's like 80% of the world. But I think it should be more than 80% of the world has quirks in it. I think it should be 99%, and Deku's the 1 in like 100,000 or 1 in a million. Actually, no, I do like that. He's the 1 in a million to parallel to Mirio, the 1 in a million hero. He wants to save 1 million people, while Deku's the 1 in a million person who doesn't have a quirk. I like that. That's cool. And then you could just have people all around the world to be teaming up with the Meta Liberation Army that are the quirkless people. Like all 1,000 people in the entire world that don't have a quirk. Or, I mean, maybe Deku could be like the literally only one, but at that point, I don't know. Anyway. A way to do the Stain arc is, well, you do the darker route. Lita will die against Stain. I'm fine. I mean, Lita's going for vengeance anyways, being a rotten brat. Just have them die. I don't care. Kill him. I was thinking it would be someone else instead of Lita, because you would just have, instead of Ingenium, it would just be someone else's brother. Maybe Eraserhead. If we're gonna have that kid be, if Toyama or whoever is Eraserhead's brother, you gotta beat through that. I don't know, just thinking out loud. Yeah, just get some way to get there. I think there's a couple ways to get there. I mean, that's not how they came face to face anyways. They were just in the area. And that's just a thing that Stain did to Ingenium. Yes, Lita, like, sought him out, but he wasn't, like, directly seeking him out. Exactly. That's not why Deku was there. It was the only reason. I think you get the idea. Also, I do like your idea of each of 1B students helping Izuku with his extra quirk. Thank you! I did like that idea as well. I came up with that on the spot. That's not something I pre-planned thought of. I feel like Gentle still works in this rewrite. Well, that wasn't the question, but I'm glad you think he still works. I don't like Gentle in the first place. I hate to say it, so don't think it works in any rewrite, and I would remove him from canon, but that's the point. The school festival arc would remain the same, I agree. Mostly, but you can argue Gentle versus Izuku would be even more interesting because they both start from the bottom in their current journey. I mean, that's already the case, so I feel like, at least with this origin, current journey, if we're going to say he's still in Class B, then sure, I guess. You could have Deku promote to Class A at some point, but I feel like it's more impactful he stays in Class B. Izuku starts in 1B, while Gentle was at the bottom of his life when he becomes a villain. I think also it would be very important for Deku to be in Class 1B, because it's similar to the beginning of the series. They're doing a thing to where, like, Deku needs to be a hero, not a want, but need. So he's gonna, like, grab onto All Might as he jumps away. He's doing the trash thing in episode, like, 3 or whatever. He's moving all the trash off the beach. And All Might thought he wasn't, for the audience to think he's not for a minute. Oh my god, you've been lazy. Oh wait, no, actually you've been doing this all along to make your muscles stronger. You've been, like, flexing your finger and the finger thing in class, and wow, you've been really doing it. Wow, I was wrong about you. I'm sorry. So they're doing this thing to where that isn't even really related, but they're doing this thing to where Deku needs to be a hero. So him going to class 1B is like the exact opposite of what he wanted because he needs to be in 1A. But if he just isn't, what is he gonna think about that? Like, I definitely think they could play with that easily. Can definitely see Kendo not trying to hide her feelings like Ochako did. Yeah, in which case they would do that way earlier on instead of it being an endgame thing. Definitely. Also, it would be interesting to me if Kendo is the 1B students that notice Izuku's self-sacrifice and low self-worth the most. I like that. Yeah, I agree. Self-sacrifice especially. I like that. 100%. I will just incorporate that into my rewrite. That's just verbatim, that's just good. Yeah. I don't know who would be best to fit in Ochako's position. I guess the pony girl. Because I don't see a Bakugo stand-in working for Toga's dynamic. I mean, it could, but really only like the warrior version of Toga that's like, this is a life or death battle, fight me to the death, whoever wins or loses the person who dies or lives. Like Bakugo could probably face off against that person narratively, behavioral wise, not physically, but in those two aspects, I think Bakugo could contend, but like the whole point is Ochako's being as passive as possible to not harm her. So it doesn't really work, the juxtaposition there. I mean, directly head on, it could face them, but the point is to not face them. So, I don't know. I feel like there's no one very caring or compassionate to that same degree as Ochako. An interesting idea would be that 1B telling Izuku that it is true they won't be able to match the powers of All for One or One for All, but that doesn't mean they are useless because quirks isn't just about powers. Okay, this last part is the thing that separates them from 1A when they confronted Izuku in the Dark Hero arc. So I definitely like that addition. That's the thing I would quote-unquote change, realistically add in this case, between 1A and 1B to make this 1B rewrite different, to stand out and be better, in a way. Quote-unquote. Yeah, so in this case, they're using their quirks, but it's not their quirks that is reaching Deku literally and physically. Or should I... literally physically, the same thing. Physically and metaphorically, literally metaphorically, it's their effort that they themselves are the one who are reaching Deku rather than their quirks, which they're using to catapult themselves to Deku. But it's because of who they are rather than their quirks that are getting to Deku. Okay, I mean more of the focus. For the discrimination thing. Okay. The idea of Toga being related to Vlad, related is interesting as well. Does sound interesting. You could have it be the Shoto or Endeavor versus Toya of this rewrite if you want to. Okay. You could play with that. That could work. If we're gonna have Shoto's brother and or sister be in Class B, then I want Shoto and the sister to team up against Toya Dabi when they get to that in the finale. I mean, they're already doing it anyways, so. But I want it to be to where Shoto, this Class A strong guy, is desperately begging, pleading Class B for their help in a humble moment. That could be very cool as well. Or Endeavor as well. He's not just asking Shoto from Class A, he's asking Class B for their help. Specifically, obviously, the family, but you get it. Especially if he was, like, looking down on the brother for being in Class B. Like, he disowned him from the family, but now he wants to bring him back since he wants to bring Toya back in the family. So it's like, how could I ever bring Toya back if I can't even bring you back? Forgive me. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm gonna atone for my sins, etc. etc. But yeah, I'm trying to change. Get that whole family diner scene. Also, you can do your idea of Izuku trying to understand his villains early on in the series. I agree. Yeah, especially if he's in 1B. I feel like through understanding his 1B classmates, as he's forced to be in 1B when he probably wanted to be in 1A, that could help. He can understand himself. He can understand his role in 1B, what he can do in 1B. Because maybe he could be trying, similar to the Noel-like character, trying to get into 1A, but eventually he can realize he should be in 1B instead of 1A, and he should be proud to be in 1B, etc., etc. Or 1B needs him even, to where it would be a bad thing for 1B if Deku left. A lot of different things you could do, even all at once, all together. But that could be cool. Goodness, you can tell I'm starting to get tired, so yeah, I'm probably wrapping up pretty soon, but Toga versus Kendo would be a yandere versus Tomboy battle. Exactly, it'd be crazy. You're just changing it up at that point. But yeah, Izuku could understand himself. Through that, he can understand his villains. Realistically, I think at the season 2 finales, where he can start to understand Tomura. I think that should be the case anyways. And so season 3 onwards, I think he should understand his villains. I think that could just be canon regardless. But in this case, it would just be an easier segue towards it, in my opinion. Based on the first 2 seasons, you can start building towards that, instead of it just starting at the end of the season 2 finale. I mean, you could argue it implied it could have started in season 1, but not really. I mean, Deku's character didn't understand them, but he always wanted to accept them, even if he didn't realize it. It's like his body moved on its own, or whatever. Also, it's something he couldn't accept, he just couldn't put to words. Couldn't rationalize. It's the same reason he saved Bakugo, but he doesn't know why. Also, maybe just me, but I just think of something. Okay. In the Dark Hero arc, when one of the 1B students, for me I would choose Kendo, would give their hand to Izuku, just like what Izuku does. Okay, I'm going to theorize what you're saying. You're going to say that Deku is imagining or thinking that Kendo's going to use her hand quirk to extend her quirk to catch Deku, but in actuality, she's going to go out of her way to prove their point by not using her quirk, and she's going to use her normal size hand, just herself, her quirkless self, to catch Izuku, going out of her way to not use her large hand, but just her normal hand, to grab Izuku, not as a quirk person, but as an effort person. That's what I'm going to theorize you're going to say, because that's what I was thinking earlier, which could be really cool, which I didn't say. Okay, never mind. Izuku does to Aoyama in canon, and we see a child Izuku no longer crying because that child was crying and causing that self-destruction. Okay. And then, so when we get to the image of child Deku confronting child Tenko, and child Tenko's crying, and child Deku's just looking at him, like smiling, and maybe like reaching his hand out to confront him. In the past, it would be that they were both crying, as opposed to now, to where he can reach his hand out. Just like Naruto needed to lose Jiraiya and go through that in order to understand and confront Sasuke. Similar idea, in a way. I don't know, I just like the idea of Izuku feeling very lonely throughout his life, and 1B is able to fill Izuku's lonely heart, maybe similar to Tenko Tomura, with the League. With the League. That's another aspect that you can play with. I mean, I know that you like it personally. I think in canon, Tomura's relationship with the League isn't really there. It's like not shown. It's like said at a couple different points, but it doesn't feel like to me that they're friends. They don't have a very strong dynamic. They don't hang out together to build bonds. They just say they're friends. But I know you disagree. Heck, you can make Tomura with the League even more important in this rewrite. Okay. I mean, I agree with that. That could be cool. Yeah, I like the idea that both Deku and Tomura were self-destructive, and the League were friends, but Tomura understood the dynamic categorization between hero and villains, because the League helped him come to that realization. Whereas Deku, through 1B, he came to the realization of understanding his enemies as well as to not be as self-destructive. Whereas Tomura continued to be on that path of self-destruction. It's kind of like Naruto and Gaara, to where Naruto eventually found people. Like, they both started in the same place, they were all alone. Naruto found people, Gaara didn't. You see, eventually, Naruto finds more and more people, then you come back to Gaara all alone, Naruto finds more people, Gaara all alone, Naruto finds a whole village, Gaara all alone. That symbolism is so deep. You could do something very similar with Izuku with Class 1B and Tomura. I guess he has a league, but you get my idea. Because it's like the whole like self-destructive thing, or like understanding your enemies and or society, as opposed to the categorization. I feel like it's almost different, to where he's seeing society's view extra, lumping them into categories, the discrimination, whereas Deku is looking past the discrimination and seeing them as the humans that they are, for the heart of a hero that everyone should have instead of the job of a hero. I feel like you could play with that. That's something you could definitely do. But that's what I think. So, hopefully that basically caps out that Class 1B rewrite. Are you good with ending it there, Space? I don't have anyone else to bounce off of, so I'm surprised you're still awake, honestly. Is it just because it's my hero? You would have been asleep if it was Naruto. One last idea. Let's hear it. But, I'm assuming that you had the idea. You weren't waiting for me to come up with ideas. Yeah, but let's hear it. The backstories! Okay. So are we saying 1B has a lot of backstories in this case? I feel like this is gonna take a long time. And I'm assuming you have to type it out because you can't speak still. Even though it's just me. But I'm assuming, I don't know, you bunk bed, wake someone else up, I don't know, any situation, but anyway. That's neat about these characters. You can give them their own backstory. Whereas, yes. This would, I feel like I wouldn't be prepared for this. I want to think about it before going into it. This isn't even a Class 1B rewrite. It can go with that, obviously, especially if we're focusing on the Class B characters. But I feel like you just do this in general, and or specific individual characters you could do it for as their own rewrite rather than a group B rewrite, Class B rewrite. But I mean, if you had any in mind in particular, then go for it. Otherwise, I mean, to be fair, I kind of was doing that throughout. Like, I'm saying, oh yeah, this person could be a heteromorph. Maybe they were discriminated against. Maybe, I don't know, maybe the pony girl, she's happy despite coming from the backwater country. So she was the Shoji character who is happy. She just is Shoji. Shoji was scarred and he's happy. Maybe Unicorn Girl can just have like scars on her stomach or something that she hides with her clothes. I don't know. There you go. And she's happy regardless. I mean, she is happy just like Ochako. Ochaku loves smiles. The unicorn girl seemingly loves smiles. She's always smiling. But she could be Froppy. The mushroom girl could be Froppy. I feel like the mushroom girl feels like she would be reliable just like Froppy. Everything I was saying there, that she'd be very consistent. She'd be an OG. She'd be loyal. She would never falter, never fail. She's always got your back. I feel like you could do something there, but at the same time, if she's making mushrooms, she could be just like the girl that makes metal out of her arms or whatever. So you could do that as well. Random ideas. But at that point, I feel like I've said anyone could be everyone. So, yeah. For now, I would give Kendo a backstory of her being a anti-bully type of girl that protects victims from bullying, and a lot of times Kendo gets into fights with the bully, so that is why she is more of a tomboy and the big sister of 1B. I like that. You could also do something there with like Star or Miriko. Maybe she's Miriko's sister. Maybe she's Bakugo's sister. You could do that as well. Maybe she and Deku grew up together. That could be cool. Yeah, she could be like one of the like friends that was tagging along with Deku and Bakugo in episode 1. Don't know whatever happened to them, but in fact, I think we explicitly should see what happened to them, since Tomura is calling back to his childhood friends. What happened to Deku's childhood friends? I know that they sided with Bakugo since they awakened their quirks as well, but you get the idea. Oh god, are you flirting with my sister? Bakugo gonna be like that. Bakugo's already crazy, so could be funny. But then at the same time, if Shoto's sister is also one of the girls there and is the Noelle-like character, I would love it if Shoto is saying the same thing, and then Bakugo's like, buzz off, I'm saying that about my sister, you don't copy me, bro. There's a lot of stupid gags you could do there between Deku and Bakugo and Shoto's sisters, and then how Bakugo and Shoto would feel about that, and then feel about themselves, one another, Bakugo and Shoto feeling about their relationship. So stupid. Especially if Deku's just a ladies' man. I mean, if Toga's loving on him, and then Bakugo and Shoto's sisters are loving on him. Like, but at that point, just to have All Might be a girl, and All Might chose Deku because he's hot. I don't know, just random. Just everyone, my hero is a girl, and it's the series is a harem. There you go. You fixed my hero. Stupid. I wouldn't have it be like that. I just like the idea of Kendo being very much against Bakugo, especially after Izuku tells 1B about the years of bullying. Yeah, again, I feel like it would be very similar to Star in that regard, which would be pretty cool. They could even be related. They could be Star's younger sister if you want to do that. Which could also work going into the finale. Now there's like... Now, Tomura made it personal. Killed Kendo's sister. And how does Deku feel about that, especially? Seeing Kendo be sad. I mean, that could also be something that, like, Ochako and Deku talked about going into the final fight. Like, they're talking about their villains with Tomura and Toga. Maybe this is something. Oh, man, my sister Star just died, and I'm sad. And Deku, are you gonna kill Tomura because I'm sad? Like, what are you gonna do? Do you still want to save him despite the fact he killed my sister? Should I forgive him? What do you think I should do, Deku? That'd be way more interesting than the shipping relationship they're doing anyways. So, Kendo being Star's younger sister. Interesting. That also means Kendo is American. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Doesn't change anything for me. If anything, it probably only adds since we don't really get an American relationship. It's just all of Japan. So if Deku's learning stuff from China to the east of Japan, wait, no, it's actually from the west. Okay, it's to the west of Japan. He's learning stuff from east with America. He's learning about the whole world. Do something like that. But that can also be another reason that he can understand his villains. He's understanding all these different ethnicities or cultures or whatever, which can play into the discrimination aspect as well, to not go after the heteromorphs. I think there's a lot of things here. Could definitely work. That would also make movie 1 even more interesting. Exactly, that's part of what I was thinking. If you could even have Star be in movie 1. That's just something you could do. If not, then at least in a flashback. Yeah. I can or even just Kendo just could at least mention her sister is in America. Maybe Kendo could even visit her sister off screen. I don't know, I'm just mentioning a lot of different ideas. I can imagine Izuku saying that he never forgives Tomura, but he wants to save Tomura because he saw Tomura suffering. That could also be funny if Deku excuses Tomura killing Star, Kendo's sister, because no, that was all for one. That wasn't Tenko. He would never. That was all for one in that moment. No, Tomura didn't do it. It was all for one. It'd be stupid. But my voice is getting tired now. And the rest of my body is also being literally tired, considering it's 7 a.m. space. We need to go to bed. Yeah, like something like, yeah, I was bored years after All Might became the symbol of peace, which is why Kendo is the same age as Izuku. Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. That works. Well, I'm glad we figured it out. So that's Kendo's backstory in my rewrite. Okay. Well, Space, that is it for now. Alright. Well, Space, did you want to do the outro? It's definitely redeemed you. Redeemed me? Okay, I didn't realize I needed redemption, but hey, I'm glad I was redeemed. Glad I'm not rotten to my core anymore. I'm probably misunderstanding. Whatever. 3 hours of Naruto in an MHA stream is crazy. Listen, blame Kamui, who wanted to be Itachi's butt buddy, defending him to his grave. It's his own fault at that point. Jesus. You know, like, you want to say that I'm biased on Itachi, whatever. Kamui's just pretending like he isn't the same thing. Like, oh, I'm actually interpreting the series. Oodie, what you're doing, it just isn't true. It's just not the series. Like, there's no argument for it. You're just not actually looking at the series. You're just biased. You're not interpreting it. It's not a real interpretation, Oodie. I'm not even gonna pretend to argue the Hashirama thing. But he did explain that as he just wants to get a bet. He doesn't actually want to argue it. But apparently I just read Hashirama like the devil at all opportunities, and that's just so dishonest of me, but whatever. I sadly can't say goodbye because I don't want to wake anyone up. Okay, fair enough. Alright, well, good night, everybody! I guess I can't say Ikimoto felt. Oh, I kept the red filter on and nobody told me. Well, yeah, that's been on for the past several hours. Oh, well.